Hello, everybody. I hope everybody's having a great day. I'm trying to see an alternate way to connect my iPad to my screen. So you're gonna hang out with me while I try to figure that out. I also found a new playlist. I'm kind of vibing with it. It's not mixed as well because oh shit, I'm still shrimp. It's not mixed as well because like it was like this live studio kind of mix thing, and I found a playlist for it. So it's not mixed as well, but like still kind of think it bumps. The songs are nice. It's not changing my model. Why aren't you changing my model? Oh, that's why. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. All right, let me read through stuff because this one seems pretty good, but then at the same time, I was like, Reddit. God, my hands are so cold today. I hope you guys are good though. My hands are so cold. Free screen mirroring app. That's the same one that I was looking at. Is this one still? It's old though. Boop boop. Download laser animation, figure after installing control. Start the airplay. Windows installer. Yep. Just wanted to go back to the installation instructions. Yes, next. Gotta wait for it to download. Hi, Stripes! Welcome on in. How are you doing? This one. Start. It's running. Right click tray and restart it. Toggle Wi-Fi. Oh. Yes. Welcome in. Hi, Taylor. Hello. tabs. Short services. Just cleaning around the house. Well, cleaning around the house is good. November 2025. So maybe there's a new version? Or do I have to click the AirPlay button? I don't know how to AirPlay. Do you guys know how to AirPlay on this thing? Ah, this one. There we go. I did it. Can I change the quality of it though? Hi, Dog Sweaters Monthly. How you doing? Okay. It doesn't look like I can. That's fine. I just want to play with fonts today. Today is a font day. Because I am cold and I didn't know really what else to do today. I don't know if I like that 3. I think we'll come back to the 3. I think I was copying over symbols though. Yeah. So we made another font earlier. My vibes are radiant. They are. Look at that. 4 out of 8 beans. Look at you go. I should have just clicked. My hands are so cold. Copy. I wish I could copy like a whole bunch, but I cannot. Boop. Paste. And go here. Whoop. And then I think I got that guy already, so I'm gonna get this guy. Excuse me for the burp. Yeah, it's this guy, I think, that I copied. Yep. And we're just gonna go back and forth and keep copying them. I wish I really could select multiple though. Copy. Boop boop. And paste. Then I need the lines are fine, I think. I think I'll just grab the circles in the store, I think. Oops, wrong one. Copy. My eyes are bigger than my stomach. I ordered way too much food. Well, now you have food for later at least, right? Unless it'll go bad. Like if it should be fresh. What kind of food did you order though? Copy. Boop, boop. Paste. And the rest I can do. I want to get that question mark though that we had from last time. Paste. Yeah, he's a little thick boy. Let me just remove these. Might redo the question mark, maybe. El pollo loco. Pollos hermanos? No pollo loco. Is that a thing? I thought that was only a Breaking Bad thing. What? I wish I could just copy it. This one. Let's see. I like this one a lot. And the rest of them, I feel like I could just redo. So I think I'm going to do that. Just so that way they can kind of say, tomorrow reach 60 and 95. Let's go. Look at you reaching the big numbers. Very proud of you. Thank you for sticking with it. I got water on my hand. Oh, I got water on my hand. Oh my god, that is so cold. I'm sorry, have you never heard of El Pollo Loco? It's a different... It is a different name than Breaking Bad, though. I have not. I always thought El Pollo Loco or Dos Pollos Hermanos was from Breaking Bad. I didn't know if it was real. Hold on, I'll look it up. El Pollo Loco. Huh. And then Dos Pollos Hermanos. Yeah, okay. Los Pollos Hermanos. Okay, okay. They're like similar though. Like similar sounding. You know? That's why I thought same. But I am wrong. Understandable. Okay, I made this like 1. Let's see if I can maybe like move this guy out. That's fine. I'll just redo it. Hi, Zodi! Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. The nodes. I'm gonna delete some of these guys. I just noticed a little animation for Beanbox. That's amazing. Yeah, I'm not the one that made it, but it is pretty cool, isn't it? It came with the plugin, and I just made the little beans that pop out of the box. But it's a little neat little thing, don't you think? Oh, I should leave that there and then just modify the curve. Maybe I should try to connect this instead. Yeah. Hope everyone's having a lovely day, by the way. I'm just kind of in a chill, let's just vibe mood. Especially with this playlist, you know? I like that @ symbol. That @ symbol's nice. Let me fix up these guys. I need to finish the numbers. Let me finish the numbers first. Or should I do copy and pasting of things? Let me get the star. Copy. For this guy, paste. Move over. Does that look better? I think it looks a bit better. It's still a bit thick though, in my opinion. I think that's better. HC. Boop. Yeah, I think I like this one more. Boop. I will say I did like this playlist a little bit more when it was being. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just play it that way. Hold on. Was a bit more fun listening to it in the way that I think it was meant to be listened to. Let me just put the browser in the music thing so that way we don't get copywritten. There we go. Hi, Mew. And then let me just pop this guy out. Because I kind of want him on the screen. There you go. Hi. I don't know why I liked it more. I don't know, maybe the mixing was just nicer. In like this version, I guess. I like that question mark. That's a good question mark, I think. Yeah, maybe instead of making this smaller, we can make this shorter. Let me see. Maybe this being a little bit thinner might be better too. Maybe this would be better like this. And then maybe do this like this. I like that, or like the way that this is. All good things are fair. Do this. Modify this guy. And then we'll make it smaller. Smaller. I think that makes sense. I don't know if that's how that's supposed to lay though. So maybe make it a little bit more straight like that. I like how the nib is at the top of it, I think. All good things are yeah, something like that maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I like that more. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. Copy, paste, flip. Boop. There we go. Paste, flip. I'm just gonna double this one. Boop, boop, boop. Flip. I think maybe these need to be a little rotated. Oh. Is that bowing a little funny? going a little funny? Why are you going a little funny? Weird. It's not like it matters all that much. Copy, paste, flip. There we go. Copy, paste. Oop, wrong one. Copy, paste. Woo! Web! I'm so proud of you, wife. Good job, 300. I'm so proud. Do you have anything special that you'd like to do? I'm so proud of you. About damn time. My wife is a superstar. If you guys aren't following Miu, please follow Miu on all of her socials. Like, honestly, like, all of them. A few, I mentioned a few that I'll do. Oh, okay. You get it, queen. You get it. I am excited for you and congrats. Here, let me give you a shout out. In case anybody here isn't following you, they definitely should be. Because that's my wife. Support my wife. She's beautiful and lovely and so sweet. And honestly, I couldn't have asked for a lovelier friend. Highlight of my 2026, or 2025. Probably my 2026 too, to be fair, though. Down. I'm gonna take these guys. A little bit longer. Okay, I said a little bit longer, bud. Go. Okay. Love you, Miu. If you need anything from me, you know where to find me. Boop. 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 Copy, paste. Flip. There we go. And you have to join me. Okie dokie. Just let me know when I need to be there, and I will be there. You know me, I'm not that strong. I cannot do 24 hours, but I can do however many hours you would like me there for. Hashtag paste. There we go. Clean. I like it. Hi, Kiwi. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing well. There we go. Hiya, hi. How have you been? Know you've been busy with stuff in the background with working on your writings and stuff, so I hope you've been doing good. Rotate these a little bit more so it's a bit more even. But now we seem a bit too wide. There we go. There we go. Alright, gotta get back into those numbers. Got a wow. Oh my god, me, thank you for the 41 stream means a lot to me. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. I've been on a mental roller coaster, but I want to get stuff done. Hey man, if you need anything from me, you know where to find me. If you need any inspirational talks, if you need just to shoot the shit, you know, I got you, buddy. I got you. Mwah. You're the best, Mew. I need the one. I need the one. I need the nibs. Actually, just... Oh, wait, no, this is just one. Okay. I thought they were separate. But they are not. They are not, chat. One. I'm gonna move the one just a little bit over. Good. You're the best. You're the best. You're the best, and you only deserve the best. Boop, boop, boop. Let's see, we need the 2 over here. And then we need the 1 over here. Boop. I don't know if I'm putting those at the right. Boop. Yeah, they seem fine. And then these 2 get to copy and paste. And then... I think that's all I can do for copying stuff, really. Oh, there's another set of these guys. Copy, paste. I think they're a little bit more closed. I think is the only difference. Yeah. I think this one's like the less than, greater than, or equal to sign. 7 out of 8. Let's go, Kiwi. Do you have any more rolls for today? Maybe you can get them today. Let me get this guy. Copy. Boop. Boop. Copy. The dry spell has ended. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I just want to deal with the one. Let's flip it. Oh shit, you got Pangy. Let's go. Big hype for the Pangy. Yeah. Copy. Paste. And then paste. And then copy, paste. But we move it. Here we go. This is not exactly centered. I think that's a bit better. Needs to be better. Always welcome to get a Pangy. I think it's fun, especially because, you know, everybody has multiple favorites, I feel like, at the end of the day. So I feel like it's fun when people get to see, like, their favorite VTubers in the little blind box. I always think it's fun. Copy, paste. There we go. Let's see what else we got. Let me make these ones smaller. Oh shit! Oh my god! I'm like crooning my neck, so that way I can like draw on my tablet. But Pixel's 3D printed me a little. It's like a tablet stand to go over a keyboard, and I originally was gonna use it for my oh, it's just snug enough to go around the new keyboard for my pen tablet, but I couldn't really access the keys that I wanted to because the tablet's so wide. But it's perfect for the iPad. Oh, this is so much nicer. My neck doesn't feel like it's about to fall off my body. I make these like a little bit thinner, maybe. Oh my god, this is so much better. And now I can use both hands. I can use both hands. This is so much faster. I was like using both of my thumbs instead. That was not as fast. Okay, cool. Same. It's like almost same. Copy, paste, scoot. And then I think someone else needed it. Yeah, this guy. And then that one needs a straight one. I'm just gonna copy this guy. Start him here. You know what I'm in the mood for? I'm in the mood for a little bit of repo. Maybe we'll do repo next week. I think that would be fun. Paste. Yeah, let's have it like that. Repo, good game. Repo is good game. We haven't played it in a while. So I think it could be fun. Flip. Copy, paste. And I'll make sure we have the mod for, like that DJing with the corner. I do too. His name is, what is his name? His name is Bobby Ganoush, which is a really good fucking name. But I like the way he's mixing the music, so. Hi, Pocky! How are you? Welcome on in. But yeah, I'll make sure we have the mod for Ghost. I don't know if there's one that, like, they like, prefer for, repo. If they want to send me that one, but otherwise I can try to find one. I think we had one, but I can also check if that one's been updated or not. Alright, I think I want to do the numbers now. Something that would make it less. Copy. Hi, Lily. Welcome on in. Copy, paste, flip vertically. Okay, I can flip it vertically, but I'm just gonna have to modify it. Ghost just has a hard time seeing, so anything that keeps the flashlight on and brighter helps her. Okay, let me see what we have in the R2 mod, man. Update all, update. How's it going? Pretty good. How are you? Let's see. Toggle mute. Better flashlight. Increases the flashlight rate with configurable levels. I think that one's good. Or I guess I could see if there's any other. I can't read the yellow key. Okay. Okay, so this is... Okay. Maybe we'll see if there's a different one, because this one doesn't keep it on. Yeah. Thank you for the song request. I will play it right now. Because we were listening to, YouTube. Hi, Vexed. Are you okay? What's the matter? Flash. Better flashlight alternate. Better flashlights mode that enhances the flashlights in game. Now flashlights have a limited operating time of 10 seconds. I lost my student ID. Okay, are we sure we lost it and we didn't put it in the pocket of something? This is a fast way to stabilizes flashlights for motion sickness. This mod stop your vision when crouching. Toggle it on and off while crouching also. Allows local payloads to toggle flashlight on and off at any time by using the F. To keep the flashlight illuminated even when crouching. That's like if you're broadly smile fire. This one might be good. Brightness a key. I kept it disabled when tumbled. I can change. This one might be a good one. No, it goes in a sleeve, and when it went to show it. Oh gosh, is it? Can you replace it easily? I don't remember if they're easily replaceable. It's a house solar charging. Interesting. That's cool. Flashlight rework. And that supports full multiplayer. Tomorrow morning. Be back in a moment. No problem, Lily. And okay, well, I hope it's not too much. I hope it goes smoother and faster than you thought it would. Once it works for you, but other pages you won't see your custom states. Well, should install the mod. Dun, 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 dun. Effects syncs across all players. I can't leave my dorm till then because I need a roommate to let me in otherwise. Oh, fair. Everyone says that sounds good. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Manual toggle, auto enable, smart death handling, RGB control, visible to others, horror elements, flicker duration. I think this one might be best. Yeah, let's download this one. And then we'll see if any of the ones that we have are not supported anymore. Dead TTS, even more hats, repo lib, more head plus. Oh, my button's broken. I can't figure out how to revert it. No, I'm sorry. Maybe you could like close the game, uninstall it, and install a previous version and try to relaunch it. I don't know if you've tried that. I might remove this one. Extraction point confirm. Team upgrades. Silly valuables. I don't think this one was all that cool. Deep root garden. Okie dokie. And then let me see if there's any new ones. Oh, this would be nice. Use use original map. Repo but better. The issue is the game updated and broke 90% of the mods, and when I reverted the version, my fave mod updated to the new version, it doesn't work on the. Oh no! Yeah, I would say like maybe if you can, maybe you can just just revert them both, the mod and the in the game, maybe. Is there any other ones? How was last updated? It was a while ago. Big nuke. What is going on today? We're just vibing. I'm looking at repo mods for next week because next week I want to play repo. I like this one. And then I'm making a font in the background. Is there a collab today? There is a collab today. At 5 p.m. we're playing Peak. We're going to be playing Peak, and we're going to play with our new friend Art of Gabby. And I'm really excited. I'm really excited. No gun spread. That's crazy. That would be crazy. Wait, with mod? Oh, does it show the spray pattern? Oh, it's just straight on. I might do that one. I might do the no gun spread. Because, like, honestly, guns are hard enough to use, and they're so expensive. Walkie-talkies, card speed sync. Yippee duck. I do want to see if there's a dead map one, because I kind of like looking at the map when I'm dead. More upgrades. I think we have that one. Okay, I think we're back to the playlist, so I'm gonna go back to this. I thought there was a map one. Did I miss it? What is this? Games. I don't know what that does, so I'm not gonna download that. Mimic. Unique potion, custom colors. Repo alchemy. Discover, Freddy enemy, the big dude. Maybe it was on page 2. Gnome sounds, lethal plushies. No save, delete, scaling cart. Scales anything or valuables in cart. Cart speed sync. Melanie repo. Repo gambling. Oh my god. Repo gambling. Oh my god. Map vote. I think it's random is better. Hospital. Interesting. Is that not a map one? I could have sworn there was a map one. I guess unless the dead map one is literally just the one that I saw earlier. Yeah, this one. This is a map. While spectating for users simply to use map queue. Okay. Okay. Alrighty, back to font making, shall we? There we go. It's not so bad. We stretch it down. If I go home and then I reopen it, does it reset it? It does. Okay, cool. I do not like how that 3 looks. Welcome back, Lily. How you doing? Let's make this nib smaller. I feel like I should really only have like 3 nodes on this guy. We're getting there. We're getting there. I think this nib's gotta be heavier, actually. Both. How did I do that? There we go. Alright, how does that look? A bit better. It's getting a little thin at the top, though. Oops. Is that better? It's getting a little thick then. Bring the bottom half in a little bit more. Let me redo a 3. Hold on. So the difference. Yeah, okay. I think I'm just gonna have to redo it. Just take this one. We can just modify this one, I think. Oops. That looks a bit better. There we go. and bring this out and up. And then let's remove this guy and this guy. That guy. Oops. There we go. This guy. It still seems kind of like maybe if I flip it. No. I think it's just the top is like too forward. Thank you for the check-in, Vexed. I'm sorry you're having a rough day with all the with your student ID and with the mods not working. But I hope that there is a fix not far out of sight that can make you feel better. Whether that be like a nice little treat or something. I think would also be good. Thank you for the check-in, Lily. I think I want this to come in a little more. I don't really like this 3. I don't know why. I definitely like that one like that. Oops. Is it not that one? Is it this one? It is this one. I think I can live with that 3. I think what I can't live with is how far out this 2 goes over here. Oops. Boop. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. I think the only other issue I have is that this side, it comes down a little bit much. Yeah, there we go. And then the one's a little tall. Is it? I think the 2 might just be a tiny bit short. Yeah, I think that's better. Not like that. Maybe like that. Hello, Noxia. Hope you're having a lovely day. Oops. I just wanted to delete the end piece. So, like the way it curves at the top. What is this emote? I love it so much. It's Maincoow Smitten. Womble made it for us. It's one of my favorites too. I use it to show you guys how much I love you. Oop, I don't like that. I have so many love emotes. It makes me so happy. Oop. Okay, that was because of this guy. Doop. Thank you for sharing your streak, even if it is maybe to just use that emote a little bit more. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you for sharing that with me, Nox, and I hope your workday is going well. If you are working today. Oh no, you're sick, aren't you? How are you feeling, actually? Are you doing okay? Yeah, the other day you told us, I think it was yesterday, you told us you were sick, yeah? So either yesterday or the day before. To be honest, my days are kind of blurring together. Remove this one. Did I take today off too? It was worse. It got worse. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that it got worse. But I hope maybe you're taking it, even though it's maybe worse. Maybe it's just, uh, oh, you know what? I just thought of something fun. Maybe you're sick now because when you're sick at the beginning of the year, because the rest of the year, you're gonna go so fucking hard and you're gonna have so much energy out of nowhere, and you're gonna be like, I'm a party animal, you know? And so your body is making you rest now, so that way when you go be the party animal that you're gonna be, um you are the party dog, you know? But the symptoms are way less horrible now. I'm glad they're less bad. I wish. I'll keep that in mind. Haha, you never know. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, even maybe if it's not for, like, partying or something, because I don't know what people do anymore. Who knows? Maybe it's for something else, you know? You never know. Like, maybe, you'll find a nice lady and you guys, I don't want to say this conversation anymore. Should I have the 9 be like that? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Keeping it up for coming back to streaming or finding a hot lady. Ayo, exactly. Exactly. You know, she's gonna want to go on so many dates that she's gonna treat you to, you know? You're gonna have all that energy built up to go out with her, you know? You won't be caught slacking. You know, even if maybe you wanted to, maybe you're like, oh, I want to ease up a little bit. You won't be able to because you have so much energy. And then you're gonna be like, oh. I still don't know if I like that 3. I think I know why. Actually, I don't know. Move that 3 over there. Make the canvas smaller. So I actually write quite tiny. That one's better, I think. Oh, 7 out of 8. If it's flavor, yeah. But you got this. You got that, buddy. I believe. I believe in you, Noxia. You got the schmoves. I think that's better. Yeah, I like that more. I'm just gonna edit this bottom piece. Okay, cool. Now I can justify copying this guy for this. Even if it is to make it a little bit thinner. Scale outlines. Doesn't have an outline though. Interesting. Make it a little bit thinner. Same with these ones. Wait, what size is the nib on this? 50? Okay. On that one. And let's get 50 on this one. Oops. Do you guys want to see the drawing of the Luxodon from Valheim that I did? Or that I'm doing? It was still a work in progress, so like maybe like don't bully me, but this is my cat. I made my cat my lock screen. Oops. I don't know how to use Apple products yet. This is the drawing. This is what a Luxodon looks like in Valheim. And they're little shits. they're so rowdy. And I started drawing them. He more has like a bird mouth, but I thought the little spikies would look better, to be honest. I thought the spikies would be a nice little change to his little mouth. And I'm gonna give him a Mario hat because they have this habit of like climbing on top of each other like little Goombas and then jumping out of their pen. So, and then I got these. I got influenced, and I got these like. Let me see if I can show you. I got these brushes because Procreate has so many cool brushes. People make so many cool brushes for Procreate, and I can't not. It's this one. Mew, do you have a preferred size of like what you draw like in Procreate? I just kind of gone for whatever size, but can I look at the? I can't like look at the images. Yeah, but like it's like this and how it like shades together, and I really like it. I think it looks nice. It's like smooth, but also like kind of crisp. So I got these ones. I do 3,000 as a starting base. Okay. I wonder if that's what like I feel like a lot of people might do that. I think my canvases might be a little small then. Where's the button for my blanket? I don't know why, but I've been a cold as a motherfucker recently. Like my blanket will be I have pants on. You know I'm cold when I have fucking pants on. I wonder what happens. Okay, gallery. I was also working on this. It was gonna be like a little lantern house. Oh, wait, I don't have the thing. Little lantern house. Where like you'd have one where it's like daytime versus nighttime, and I thought that would be cute too. I don't know what my canvas sizes are. Okay, they're not too small. I do 2,000 by 2,000, so or 2048 by 2048. I got shorts on right now. I'm too hot and feverish. Give low key. Wish I was hot and feverish because I don't like being cold. But yeah, I did 2002 by 2004. Yeah. I think for like the drawings that I do, because they're just kind of like little guys, I think that like it'll work out. But I might work on that a little bit today, depending. I don't know. I'm just kind of a guy today. I didn't really have like I was thinking about working on some videos today because we have a little bit more videos to work on. But then I was like, meh. Save it for tomorrow. Because tomorrow we don't have Dragonland, so. You're one of those things? Oh my, Taylor, thank you. Thank you. I think I'm pretty cute. I think when often, like, I look at my friends a lot of times, I'm like, God damn, my friends are gorgeous. They're beautiful. They're, like, sexy. And then I'm like, I'm pretty cute. I like to claim that I'm pretty cute. I don't know if I can pull off the sexy necessarily so much as I can just be kind of cute. Yeah, I like that more. Is that too thin, actually? Wait, I'm looking at the power of 2, and that's a bit thin, actually. Maybe like 60? Wait, what was that? 80? Yeah, I think 80 is pretty good. So I'm gonna scoot this back a little bit so there's a little more spacing. I'll just edit it for the other ones that I've already pasted because I don't want to go back and paste them again. There we go. There we go. That's better. This guy, let's get you to be 80. Let's make everybody 80. I think we can just do it all in one because they're in one. We can, and then I can just adjust them. Boop. I wonder what other like genres they have because I like this one because it's like an upbeat, positive one. But I wonder what other like genres they have for things like this. Psychedelic synth, Halloween, disco, experimental ambient, gospel salsa, doobie, neo, deep house, hip hop, R&B, Japanese select, a funk archive. Kind of interested in that one. Latin funk, deep bass, electronica, soul funk, jazz funk, afro, electron, disco. Wi-Fi messed up. What's the matter, my love? Smooth, funky city pop. 90s and early 2000s house with Yujin Oshino. I try this one. I'll repop it out. Oop, not that one, this one. For some reason, it starts out like super quiet, but just how it be, I guess. I have a wireless Wacom tablet, but it's where you use a wireless USB hub to plug it into the computer. I'm pretty sure I threw. Well, luckily, I think the replacement of those aren't too expensive, I'm pretty sure. Like, that, like, sucks ass, but I think... Wireless Wacom tablet, but it's where you use a wireless hub to plug into... Does it not have a wired mode? I'm curious. Does it not have a wired mode? Because sometimes those things will have, like, a wired mode, for, like, charging. So you can plug it in directly into the computer. I don't know if, yours has that option, maybe. You do like that? Yeah. So, unfortunately, while you couldn't use the wireless mode, you could still use the wired mode. But I got like no USB port, at least right now. That's fair. Yeah, I would say like getting a replacement would be like the next step. Did you throw it away recently? Could you maybe like check in the trash if it's still there? Or is it kind of like a whoopsie poopsie? If anything, I'll look for a USB to USB-C adapter. That's fair. Yeah, that's usually pretty good. And those are like, I'm pretty sure those are like super cheap. USB to USB-C adapter. Yeah, you can get it for like $9, if that. If you go to Target, they're like $3 and you get 2 of them. Actually, no, it's not 2 of them. It's USB-C to USB and USB-C to the other way around. I don't know if I feel this one. I think I'm gonna go back to normal music now. What do I want to listen to? What do I want to listen to? I don't know what I want to listen to. I mean, this one was a good one. Okay, alrighty. Back into the letter minds I go. Let's see. I gotta do sent the ampersand symbol. Oh, I needed the 8. I'm silly. I forgot the 8. This one. Boop. There we go. Was this song in Twilight? Is this a song from Twilight? Was this a song in Twilight? I feel like it was. Just gives me that vibe that it was, and I don't even know. That or the baseball scene? Yes! I knew it. I like that baseball scene a lot. Alice, I think her name was always my favorite. Jasper's wife. She was always my favorite. Cool. I'm gonna fix this zero really quick. It's bothering me. Jasper is a little weird, but I loved him. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like I didn't like Jasper as much, but because Alice was like always attached to him, I liked him more than maybe I otherwise would have. But then again, I don't remember a lot about Twilight other than like watching it on like my like 12th birthday or something with my friends. I think that's the movie they chose. I honestly do not believe that is the movie that I chose, because I'm pretty sure on my like 15th birthday we went to watch a movie for my birthday, and you know what I chose? I chose fucking King Kong. The King Kong movie. That's the movie that I chose to watch with my friends. What movies also came out in that time? I feel like there were other movies that I feel like a girl would have watched. It was Kong Skull Island. Oh no, I was 17. Movies that came out in 2017. What movies did I pick? Nope, sorry. March. What movies came out? The Shack, Before I Fall, Logan, Table 19, Kong Skull. Yeah, I fucking knew it. I didn't want to say it in case I was wrong. I fucking knew it. I chose Kong Skull Island over the Beauty and the Beast live action. I remember that. I think my friends were thinking that I was gonna choose the Beauty and the Beast movie, but I ended up picking Kong Skull Island because I wanted to see Monkey. And they were on like this prehistoric planet, dude. I was so excited. There was like, unfortunately, there was like this scene where there's like a giant fucking fuck off spider though. And I I feel like they may have regretted coming to my birthday party. Because I also didn't really like the big fuck off spider, to be fair. But at the same time, seeing like I don't know. I just like the world of King Kong that they put him in Kong Skull Island. I thought it was cool. For 17-year-olds. Fear in my enemy's eyes. And I think what's worse is like all my friends at the time, or like actually all my friends, I say like I was popular when I was 17. My friends, two, one was like a Disney nerd, so like now that I say that out loud, whoops. And the other one was like a music, like a theater nerd. So the more I think about it, the more like I really just didn't set them up for success. But at the same time, it was my birthday. So shrug. It was my 17th birthday. It was never on this word. That was when I ruled the world. Boop 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 boop. Yib. Put a node there. I don't know how to put nodes. I forgot how to do that. How do I do that? Forgot how I did that. Actually, let me just remake these because I don't really like them. Oh, who would ever wanna be king? Hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman Catholic choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield. Missionaries are in foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, old St. Peter will call my name. This world, that was when I ruled the world. I want to play Minecraft now. I have an hour and a half till collab. Just want to make sure I'm not forgetting to keep track of time. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman Catholic choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield. Missionaries are in foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, oh, St. Peter will call my name. Ooh, this world is when I rule the world. Let's do notes. Ooh, I can do that after. I have to message someone about a commission because I don't know if they're like accepting my commission or like what's happening because they didn't really give me the deets on what's going on, so I need to DM them. Same with another artist, but that one can wait. That one I know that they're very busy. And swoop. There we go. And this is a misery. Let's take it from the top. The only one for me. Boop, boop, boop. Just want this centered. There you go. Think that's better? I can't tell where that is. Hi, Fruit Bat! Welcome on in! Happy Wednesday! I hope you're doing well. Lane is just making another font. Oops. I don't know how I did that. Hi, how are you? I hope you're having a good day. I'm not gonna lie, using my tablet at my desk has been a new favorite feeling. Like, sitting at my desk and using it is a lot nicer than kind of like laying down and using it. Like, it's nice to lay down and use it too, but it's like, I like being able, I don't know, it just feels nice. It just feels nice. Oh, okay, there they are. Okay, cool. Good night, Lily. Mwah. I hope you sleep uber duper well, and when you wake up, you are super duper uber refreshed. I'm good. How was stream? The stream is good. Thank you for asking. I just decided because today I didn't really have, like, I have motivation to do a lot of things, but at the same time, I kind of just wanted to hang out. So I'm just making another font today because I had an idea. Whatever makes you cry. I don't think I like that one. I also want to look up. I'll do it after. I was gonna say I wanted to look up if there's any capabilities between Procreate and font stuff, like exporting a pattern. And I need to change the battery in my headset. Because that would be really interesting if you could exchange like a template in Procreate, because Procreate has so many brushes. And like this one only has like 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then you can like recommend more. But there's a lot of cool ones that people have made with this that I'm like, how'd you make that in here without like drawing the whole ass like for example, like what was it? Like I feel like there was like a flowery one that like if you were to do it with like the tools that this program gives you, granted you can, it would just take so much time. Also, my headset isn't turning back on. Why? Hello, headset. Headset doesn't want to turn back on. Is it the music? Is it not me? Oh, that's weird. It started playing on my tablet. My bad. My bad. I guess I could have just looked at OBS and saw that it wasn't playing. But I was wanting to look over here. How does that look? Saying, what's the problem, baby? I don't know, but maybe I'm in love. Can't help thinking about it. It doesn't take two came in. Nothing about love. Come on, come on, Huster. Come on, This way. This way. I keep hearing boops and I don't know where it's coming from. Come on, come on. So, come on. Is it from work? It might have been from work stuff. Come on, come on. Actually, I want the letter P, please. The capital P, please. Thank you. Copy. Go down here. This guy. Because the paragraph symbol is just a P with weird added stuff. Accidentally. Oh shit, 7 out of 8. Oh shit, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Quite a few of you are getting 7 out of 8. I wonder if quite a few of you will also get 8 out of 8 at the same time then. Alright, let's do this one. Clean them up a bit. Oh, I love this song. Fuck, I love this song, bro. Hi, Flame! Oh my god, hi! Welcome on Jan. Welcome. Hope you're having an alright, or a good day. Not just an alright day. Hope you're having a fucking great day. Can you feel my heart? Day's going pretty well, thanks. Of course. Thank you for the 30-day streak. Mine's going pretty good. I'm just having like a chill day. I wanted to work on a font today instead of doing anything too big-brained. Just listen to music, vibe with chat. You know, the huge. I guess, yeah, kind of the huge, but like doing something that's somewhat productive, but also like, wow, a month. I know. I can't believe it's been a month with some of you guys. Time flies when you're having fun, I guess. I feel my heart. I do think this one should be a sharp M. Oh, mine is still Weems. Let's fucking go, dude. On God, I can't believe that some of you have been here for a month. Cause like, I don't know. I'm just honored that I get to be part of your day and hang out with you guys. Cause like, you know, life can be fucking stressful. And the last thing you would want is not to waste your time on something that's like, that's not really that entertaining. So I'm honored that I can be of entertainment for you guys. It makes me really happy. Wild it is, isn't it? It's pretty fucking sweet if you ask me, though. Oops. I long for the feeling to not feel at all. The higher I get, the lower I'll sink. When the demons, they know how to swim. To get close, and I hate being alone. Long for the feeling to not feel at all. I get the lower I'll sink. And my demons, they know how to swim. I feel like this guy needs to be a little. This is like 80, I think. Did you do book? Wait, what? What size is this? 58? There you go. 8. There you go. Can you feel my heart? Make it a circle. That's a bit more like an oval. Here we go. Copy paste. Make this bad boy smaller. Smaller. I'm just gonna grab the C. I wasn't gonna, but I'm just gonna grab the C that I have over here. Man, I keep hearing like ducks or geese or something like in the distance. And I'm like pretty damn sure it is way too early for them to be coming back. What a different brush. Round brush, there we go. And I feel like it's way too late in the season for them to be, like, leaving right now. But maybe I'm wrong. Please be 58. There we go. 50. Oh, that's 60. There we go. Okie dokie. Paste. Alrighty, and then I'm also gonna take this circle. Oh, this one's kind of like, it looks kind of thin. Oh, weird. They don't look that great because they are so clean. Interesting. And go back to the other circle then. Yeah. It's a little thick, so I can fix that. Please me. There you go. That matches that more, I think. And then I'll just take this guy. Mm. 58, there we go. You also not 58. There you go. Okay, everybody's on a similar thickness. Now, what is that? Are you? Is that you? You need an R in you. So, hi, Shadow. Welcome on in. How are you? Copy. Boop. Make it a small guy. Oh, I think I know what happened. Got it. Because when I scale... gotcha. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Just drawing up some fonts. 3, 6, 7, 8. There we go. And are you also not 58? 56. 54. Oops. There we go. Oops. Oop. Come here. Okay. Cool. And then you. Did I mistake you for a sign from God? Or are you really here to cut me off? Oh, baby, just to turn me on. 'Cause these days I would be lying if I told you that I didn't wish that I could be your man. Oh, Go good, go bad. I want the one from this one. Actually, no, I do not. Say, tell when you do. Say, to my body, flesh and bone. Earth below. Oops. Copy, paste. Oops. There we go. Did you see to my eyes like open doors, leading you down to the soul. E. This is not what I was hoping for, but that's okay. Oh, why is that like that? Why are you being weird now? No, you can just leave me. You, me. Why are you flipping out? Paste flip. Save me from. Let's say just make 4 separate marks. Actually, to oh, I don't know where to put there. I could do it like that. Darling, oh, you Yibs. I don't know what's gonna look best here, to be honest. I feel like those are too long now. What do I do? Yeah, I think that one's good. I think that's good. That's like good enough. I've never used that symbol, so I don't know why I'm bothering with it so much, but that's okay. Oops. Paste. Oop. Oh, well, imagine using a church corridor that I'm about to hear, and put it here and exchanging awards. What a beautiful wedding! What a beautiful wedding! What a shame. Broom's bride is a whore. I chime in with the haven't you people ever heard of? I think I finished my font. Likes these kinds of things. What should I name this? Well, I look at it this way. I mean, technically, our marriage is saved. Falls for a toast, so pour the champagne. Oh, well, in fact, well, I look at it this way. I mean, technically, our marriage is saved. Those were a toast, so pour the champagne. I think the C looks a little off, actually. Why I always make the canvas big. It's much better to fix these kinds of things. Voice of rationality, I'll chime in. Closing the goddamn door now. It's much better to fix these kinds of things with a sense of voice and rationality. Chime in with the haven't you people ever heard of? Closing the goddamn door, no. It's much better to fix these kinds of things. What's the rationality? I chime in. Heard of. Closing the goddamn door, no. Fix these kinds of things with a sense of poise and rationality. Redo. I think it's like almost perfect. I wish you could have like guidelines, but that's okay. Let's go and storm. Around your finger. Oops. That's better. I like that a lot more. I want to rename it. I don't like. Okay, that's fine. That's so easy. So crazy. Okay, let me close this really quick. What? My Discord is broken on the iPad. Make sure I'm with you, dear Maria. Count me in. Oh, where'd the font go? Picture I'm coming with you, dear Maria. 'Cause I'm falling at the bottom of this bottle. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. I'll do that. Okay. Hey. On the day. What the words to say. Still live, playing peak with you at art. Dun, 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 dun. I need to upload a VOD, and I need to make a VOD thumbnail. Oops. Hi, Shippy! Happy Wednesday! How are you? Sleepy. Ain't that a mood? So I'm not gonna say, "Look, no problem." That means a lot that you'd even stop by. So thank you for stopping by. I hope you're having a lovely day, though, even though you're eepy. Even though you're eepy. What did we do at the end of stream yesterday? Am I good at food? I go bed? I hope you have a good eep. I hope you have a good eep. I woke up from a dead sleep to watch my to keep my watch streak. Oh, that means so much. Well, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and nothing disturbs your sleep any longer. So have a wonderful one, and I hope you sleep so good. Boop. Boop. Fartsy beans. Beans. Let's do whole document, JPEG medium quality. Set whole document export. Twitch, thumbnails, art. 13. And then today, I don't really have like a sleepy, like a sleepy picture. I guess I could take one really quick. Let me look straight at the camera. Sleepy nap? No, no nap. Maybe nap later. I'm not like staring at the camera. I don't know how to make us. Yeah, maybe like maybe like a mid yawn. Wait. It's like mid yawn. Oh fuck! I click close. Give. I think that looks like a mid yawn. Oops! I saved that twice. Whoops. Oops. I may have clicked an oopsie. Why can't I turn left and right? Scree. There we go. I was a little stiff there for a second. Like, I'm like trying to remember if I took my meds or not. I'm pretty sure I did though. Video edit. Nope. Save. Chili beans. Boop. And then 14. And then we did a little bit of affinity. And we're gonna do a little bit of font save. And we'll start it with it, so we'll put it at the top. Also, I think it stands out better up here. A bit of affinity. And then collab games. And do a little bit of opaque. And then I don't know what we'll do after peak, but I'll think of something. Whether that be Minecraft or some more art. Let me grab those pics. I'm gonna eat a pueso. Too big. There we go. I don't know which one will look better though. I guess that should be in there. So I can rescale stuff in it. Just wanna stay in zone where I find it's hard sometimes. VOD Jan. Alright, let's try that new font. Oh, I didn't change any of the kerning. It's fine. Taking my time on my ride. Whoa, oh, oh, whoa, whoa, I'm bored, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Oh, I'm bored. Yeah, I like that a lot more. I've been thinking too much. Thinking too much. So I'm taking my time on my ride. Well, I'm bored, so I'm time on my ride. Oh, 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 I'm bored, so I'm taking my time on my ride. Oh, I'm bored, so I'm taking my time on. Actually, is this typography? Nope. I need help. Got an anime sex song in my head. What song is it? What song is it? And too much. Blue for Naja, I got you. Aoi, aoi, ano sora. There you go. Not to different the color listed. My bad. Sora. Ay, anasara. Nasara. That one's fine. Hope you enjoyed. I do use the ad symbol, actually. Use it more than I thought I did. Main vibe. Dun dun dun. I am glad, Shadow. Waiting here for you. Can tell if it's the wrong font because the A and the M's are very different in this one. Do I want this one to also be this new font? Yeah, kind of. Make this upper caps. Make this in upper caps. But I wonder. Thursday doesn't fit. I have to fix that one. Just save it. Close. Okie dokie. Have to update peaks at all? Just want to make sure I don't have to update peak. Nope, we're good. So what was last week's Wednesday? The 7th? Yep, that makes sense. This one, this one, this one, the 7th. Reuse details of this guy, but then we're gonna remove that. And then we're gonna go here, and then we're gonna go here. And then private. Save. Close. Ooh, I need to see if there's any comments I have to reply with, too. I don't know. I don't understand these Twitter DMs. Of course, I know what my screen. Did it taste good? Hi, Gemini. How are you? Welcome on in. Good times roll in case God doesn't show. All right, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. A little eepy, but I'm good. How are you? You do anything fun today? Okay, that's prepared. We have a collab in 30 minutes. I don't know what to do for the next 30 minutes. That's a vibe. I do be doing. We do be doing. Not a day off. Nice. Very good, very good. Oh, I could reopen the cursed Twitch panels. Okay. Sure, I guess. Oh, I just want to scroll down. So, BZ streaming on a Tuesday. Hold on. BZ streaming on a Tuesday. Which eyesight is going bad, and there's crystal ball. Oop. Except for Easy Stream. Easy Stream. Hello, Fox. Oh my god, the couple's in my chat. Oh my god, is this a busy stream on a Tuesday? Okay, I can close this now. I'm happy. He be stalking me. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Stalker alert. Stalker alert. I only think in the form of crunching numbers. No hotel rooms. Collecting page 6 lovers. Get you out of my mind. Get you out of those clothes. A little way. Getting you into the mood. I like this. Thank you for the check-in. You only sweetheart. I don't know if I want this to be my font or not, because it's like a chalkboard, you know? Oh. Oh, there we go. 100. I do want to be my handwriting. Hi, Star! Did you just get out of class? Well, come on in. This one. This one I'm curious. This is going to test whether I like how I did this star on this font or not. My sweetheart. I think I do. I cannot tell, if I'm honest. My second class today is solo work day, so no meeting. Fair. Well, welcome in. Happy to have you. Da-na, da-na, da-na-na. Sorry. This song is very nostalgic for me. He was a girl. He was a girl. Even if I don't sing the lyrics correctly. Oh, you know what would help? The VGen one? If it wasn't... I don't know if this is solid black or not, actually. Close. Okay, it's not. Okay. I don't know how I managed that, but I did. Okay, how tall is this? Height 419. 419. 419. MTV. Maybe 420 by 420. Okay. I might have the flu. Shippy, no! Shippy, no! What do you mean? Is this because you woke up in the middle of the night to keep your watch streaks? Is that why this is happening? I'm sorry. I'm so sad that everybody's getting sick. 420, 210. 210 is the height. It's already 1898. I feel like a sickly Victorian child. Okay, well, don't go outside because you might get culture shock. Let's go! 35-day streak! Let's go! Yippee! Yippee! What if we did it 120? I don't like that either. 200? No. 150? I could stick with 150. Okay, just for math's sake. Okay, that one, and then I'm just gonna make this one 210. This. Oh, 210. There you go. I love seeing all the big double digits. Makes me very happy. Very honored. I don't know if I'm below or above these things. Oop. Okay, there you go. And then... Oh, Elaine's brain is thinking. Things all done. Business. There's no way to stop. And then I'll edit them after the fact. You could be my circle. At least made a grilled ham cheese sandwich. Oh, yum! Yes. Keep sustenance. Make sure you have sustenance. What you're doing, where you are. Between us, that's not very far. And take it all away. Take it all away. Right in my face. Okie dokie. Then I gotta fix this one. Is that real? You at all. You could be my someone, you could be my sweet. Who'll save you from all of the unclean. Oops. When under where you are. Between us, that's not very far. So take it all away. Take it all away. Jump it in my face. Okay, cool. This one just needs to be scooted up a little bit. Smack in proton payas. Which I did a little oopsie. Let's see, I think the max is here. Cool. think I got all those done. Business done. This one's also good. I think that's good. VOD Jan. I'm just gonna change the link. Text. Boop. Oh, that makes sense. Go. And then we can take these guys. Scoot them in here. Then save that one. And then throne. Let's move these up into the corner. I gotta make this go up here. Yeah. And make myself a little bit smaller. Actually, I might use a different thing here. Where's my emotes? Where's my smit emote? Yes, its face is the right way, yes. Oh no, the half of the abuse. All friends are heathens, take it slow. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There you go. Don't make any sudden moves. Don't know the half of the abuse. These ones. Hand grenades. I'm sitting next to you. All I said. I think I accidentally spaced this, and that's why it's not. Yeah. Make any sudden moves. Oh no, after the abuse. Sad as very well. Trust issues, not to mention. Sitting next to you. Should center it too, maybe? Please don't forget. Okay, I think that's good. Throne, and then credits. I think I could scoot it. I think I could scoot this guy a little bit. Don't make any sudden moves. Don't know the half of the abuse. And then make this guy shorter. And a little bit thinner too. I don't like this like border, like the outside of this. Done you justice tale. Stroke. Why did I not just have this one have a curve? Or an outline on it? And then make it 0.5 instead. I don't know. I guess it's because I wanted to have the that underneath it. But then why wouldn't I just Boulevard of broken dreams. City sleeps. And I walk alone. I guess cause okay, walk alone, walk so only one that walks beside me. I show heart's the thing that's beating. Breaker. Boop. Mm. Uh, 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 uh. With me somewhere in my mind. Let's turn this off. Oh, I also wanted to change the what do you call it? Our music, our music tape. I just want to change the colors of it. I think. I kind of wanted to match a sticker I have. The shallow only one that walks beside me. The shallow it's the only thing. I'm gonna go back to sleep. But I sleep good. Have good sleep. Good night. This is 16. I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller. Everybody's sleeping. I hope not everybody's getting sick. It'd be so lonely if everybody's sick. I'm just getting better. Okay, well, at least someone's getting better. It would make me quite sad if everybody was getting sick. I think death is being passed around. Ain't that the truth? Not sick, just tired. That's fair. Especially if you had classes start up recently. Hello, heart's the only one's beating. Sometimes there could find me, and I walk alone. I don't know what this is here for, and it's confusing me. I could use this as another stepping stone for this. And we can take this off. This to here. My brother punched a hole in the wall. Why? For why? Oh. As you were, as you were, as I want you to be. As a friend, as a friend, as a known memory. Take the time, hurry up, let's just don't delay. Last friend, memory. Well, it has another idea. I guess that wouldn't really. There's a known memory, 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 and I swear I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. Actually, let me just turn it off. Actually, no, that was correct. And then this one, this one. Maria. I swear that I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun. Boop. Boop. It'd be easier if it was like straight across instead. And then cup. Go in front of book. But go behind credits panel. Show me how to lie your cat. Not suspecting words. Needs to go this way. I realize that this is a little weird, and mainly because, like, they're not all technically in the perspective that I drew them in, but that's okay. You guys are right. Yeah, I think I like that. Oh, go, and then that goes back in there. Oops. I don't know how I managed to do that. What time check? 4:48. Okay. I will do one more, and then I will. Yeah, that one's good, other than it being cropped at the top, honestly. And I have to change the font that's being used. And then I just have to do these two, I think. D&D and then socials, I think. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, and then I'm gonna get prepared for the collab, so I will be right back.
Then
Lordy, I'll put.
Actually, I'm clicking all the wrong buttons.
Hello.
Certified wife slut.
Yeah,
Yes,
that guy bad.
yes, don't
That guy
don't
bad.
judge me.
I'm not judging. I love it.
That guy
Don't judge,
bad.
don't judge.
I think we have to. I think as women, I think it's time that the wife unions join together. I
We
think.
do.
I think every woman
Wives
needs
for
to be every
lives.
other woman's wife.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, we just need instead of like a little bubble of wives over here, a harem over there. We just need to be a conglomerate of wives.
We
A
all need
union.
to be connected eventually. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Every single
Well,
harem and
so I'm
wife
angry.
circle is all connected in some way. Wait, I
Yeah.
need to wear my signature outfit that matches my my profile picture.
Oh,
One
I need
second.
to add. I need to add Refugi.
Well, yes.
Oh,
Welcome in,
Gabby.
gamers.
Hello,
I'll be
gamers.
right
Oh my
back.
gosh,
Say
your
hi to my
Fugi's
chat
so
in
cute.
a couple
Okay.
seconds. There you go. I made it myself.
It's so cute.
Oh.
Because
It stands
because-
perfectly at my table.
Fuck yeah. I had to make it because it's just like, it's me. It's me and Peak.
Mhm.
It's literally the outfit I wear every single time. I
Literally.
had to do it. Why is my shit being stupid? Oh, fuck. I forgot it does that.
Let me.
Oh, that's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. I forgot I peaked for some reason. You're so Peak. I am Peak. You know, it's who I am. It's who I was always meant to be.
Hello, Rainer. Welcome on in. I gotta flip ghost.
There, it's working. Yes.
Shem, stop trying to no clip.
Now it looks like Ghost. When Ghost talks, it kind of looks like Ghost is
No,
eating
you're
Shems.
not
I like
allowed.
it. I like it.
You got a restraining order for a
I'm
reason.
a dog.
Okay.
No.
Are you and the
Alright.
boy? Me and the boy are good. Yeah, I want to say hi to you guys first. Okay. 1 second. I know the music is very loud.
Here we go. Discord is muted.
Okie dokie.
Ah!
I saw that.
Ah!
Hey man. Hey man. What? Ow. At what lengths, you Lex Luthor ass motherfucker? At what lengths will you go?
1A!
Any length.
1A! 1A!
Hey, don't do that.
I have to turn everybody up, but
Hey,
I don't know.
that.
Ah!
Let me turn the music down.
I had to turn you like down to 30.
I'm sorry, I don't know why my mic is so loud in this
Yeah.
game and not any other game.
But good thing it
Yeah.
actually lets me decide it now. Like last time it wouldn't let me change it at all.
Yeah, because we
I
had
think it's
like
had
50
so many
people.
in lobby.
Yeah. I think I might do maximum like
Okay.
6 people in a lobby per collab because
It's
you guys can't handle it.
6 is a perfect
Yeah,
number.
it bugs out
6
the
is a
lobby
perfect.
as much as
Yeah,
it'd be nice
6
to
or
have so
7,
many
you know.
people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
6, 7. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, 6 or 7.
Yeah,
My
6 or
spleen,
7.
that hurt
6,
my
7.
spleen. Stop it.
Leaving.
I hate that.
6,
I hate
7.
that so much.
Stop.
Oh
Stop
my
it!
god.
Stop it!
My friend who's like
Stop it.
35 likes that meme. I can't handle it.
You know what's funny? I
Ah.
have a friend that's like 30 years old that also likes that meme. I don't know why.
I don't know.
Cat band 6 and 7. Oh my god.
Not wrong side
Ow.
of the balls at my face.
Hey,
Wrong
hey.
one.
You know what?
Oh.
I gotta tell you a secret, Gabby.
What?
His pronouns aren't actually he, him. I was trying to be nice. It's actually terror and ist.
I knew it.
Stop.
I could
What?
tell from his beady little eyes.
Terror it is.
I could tell.
I am
His
Irish,
pronouns are
so
I
it makes
hate and
sense.
him.
Oh my god, no.
Don't go near
And
the car.
You know why I have I'm ready for the cookout. That's why I'm dressed like this.
Oh yes, the cookout.
Yeah.
Yes,
The
we will.
cookout.
The cookout. The main dish, Shems, the
Boy,
biggest
boy.
traitor of them all.
I'm
Why
not a
am I
traitor.
permanently
You're-
crouched?
You're the
I would like to
traitor.
uncrouch myself,
Nuh-uh.
please. Thank you. Why are my knees permanently bent? You see me? I'm at the ready. I'm always at the ready. to
Yeah,
just-
you're ready. Cause like when you walk, your knees should be bent
you're
at all
old.
times.
You're old.
So you're just
your
like,
knee
oh, you're
cartilage is
ready.
gone.
Is everybody ready?
That's me.
I'm not used to having a small lobby. This is actually quite nice.
Yeah.
I am ready.
I'm
Awesome.
ready.
Nice. All right, let's go.
telling you, the like prime number for collabs is between like 5 to 6 people. It's great.
Yeah.
It's
Mhm.
awesome. Yeah, well,
Gabby, I don't remember. Do you
whatever.
have repo?
What?
Yeah, I have repo.
Okay,
Damn.
okay. Because next week I'm trying to set up a
We
repo
just start planning
collab.
the collabs when Shems goes to work.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, 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 yes.
No.
Repo.
Shems, get a better job.
Wait,
My job
Ow!
is
We
great.
can't say that because
I
he,
make
he
hella
does
bread.
fund a lot of our stuff.
You make hella
You
bread,
make-
and
You
I
make
see
hella
no proof.
cheddar. You make
I
hella
see-
cheddar.
make
We're
hella
leaving.
cheddar. All right, let's go.
Should I get my?
I put us on a sent one. Uh-oh. I meant to press the down button. I pressed the up button. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It's already. So enjoy while you can. Oh fuck.
I don't know how
Okay,
peak is
gamers.
louder for OBS than it is for me. That makes no sense. Oh, whatever.
We don't
What
question
what ascent are we on? Or did you
Neon.
say you put us on
Ascent
ascent
one.
That's fucked up. That was
Oh,
my fault.
okay.
I fucked up. I tried to put us on
I
tenderfoot
think
and I
you can
clicked
get
up
that.
instead of down. It's okay.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
it's fine.
It's okay. It's
No, no.
fine.
One of us will live,
Yeah.
right?
That'll be great.
Any
I haven't done an
coconuts?
ascent run in a while.
Coconut. There's some coconuts over there.
I'm gonna get these
Coco-
coconuts.
when she cocoa on my nuts till I treat.
So like trees.
There was a silence for a second because my voice had to travel, Gabby, and I was so afraid that everyone found that very unfunny.
No, that was the most unfunny thing you've ever said, Elaine.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, there's a chest. There's a big ol' honk. Ow! Ooh! Shampoo flag. And another twig. And another twig. Oh! Heard a slippage. Where is everybody? I will go forward because I know where no one is now. Oh, there you are. Hello. Hey, how are your braces? Your mouth okay?
I got rubber bands put on, and my jaw hurts like crazy. But I'm
Bro, wait, are they the ones that connect the top and bottom teeth? Yo, that's fair.
I have,
Yes?
Like,
I was practicing my call to to call you from across the ranch.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Wow.
You know,
Look what I
you know
found.
this wow! Beautiful. I love
Want it?
Picasso.
Here you go. You can have it.
Oh,
Oh,
thank
yay.
you. I have it for the group. I shall carry. I am the mule.
Was your mouth
Um,
okay? I'm sorry. I remember when I had braces and I had to put new bands on and I'd want to fight somebody every time.
Wait, you have
Because we're not on
braces?
Tenderfoot, so I can't
I
just
do.
do like my Hail Mary
I got
jumps.
them like
Oh, RP
heavily
gamer.
tightened yesterday, or the other day, a full chain, and then I have like a
moment of
triangle
silence.
rubber band connecting my top and bottom. And
Oh
then, like,
God.
one
Oh,
going all the way
God.
from my front teeth to my back teeth as well.
Your teeth are gonna be so pretty though.
They hurt.
Sure, yeah, sure, you're pretty.
Low-key, I regret braces.
Elaine
Because,
just
like, my
says that
teeth
you
weren't
don't have
even that
pretty
bad,
teeth.
but my parents wanted me to get them. But now I have a permanent retainer in my mouth.
Ew.
I had
Oh, R.I.P.
my teeth were in double rows, pretty much.
Double
that's what my dream
rows.
was about. I had a dream last night. My top teeth got really fucked up because because Ghost talking about all their braces and stuff a lot.
Oh my goodness.
Like
So I had a
the
dream that the
canines
top
were in
teeth
front
were
of the ones right
horrible.
next to the main front two
Mm.
teeth.
Oh.
Where's Shems?
I probably.
Probably at the
Then probably
top,
fine.
making out with the scout
Shem's already
masters,
at the
I don't know.
campfire.
Probably.
Yeah, and then he's gonna complain that we didn't follow him, even though he just kept going.
What happened? I died.
I will.
Woke
I
up
will
from a fucked
say,
up dream.
like-
Oh, what was your fucked up dream, Blender?
Oh my god. I will say, my front two teeth, like, they're not fucked up, but they're not perfect. I might get like Invisalign one day to kind of like sort of fix it, but it's not like the big.
It's wabi
I heard
sabi.
Invisalign's like going out of fucking business.
I mean, they
Really?
don't
But
really
like,
work
I mean,
half
I
the
guess
time.
people don't really care about straight teeth anymore. Like, it doesn't really matter anymore.
Also, shit's
Like it did-
expensive nowadays. We don't got time to
Mhm.
spend money on
True.
teeth.
I'm
True.
lucky and only have a night retainer.
Mm.
Thank you
Pixels
for
also has a
following me,
nightmare.
Drag Dun.
He did Pixels, my significant other, did Invisalign, and now he has a retainer, but he doesn't wear his retainer. He got pretty good teeth though.
Oh yeah, I had regular braces and I did not wear my retainer.
Retainers are
Oh, there's
so
apples over
fucking
here.
expensive,
I
dude.
feel like I went the wrong way, but
Yeah.
like that's okay. I don't know. I think this will be okay.
It's the kind where the details are fuzzy as hell, but the fucked upness stays with you. Yeah, I get those a lot with dreams about like aliens or like
What dream?
Are you fucking them?
we talk about like fucked up dreams.
Hey.
But it's like you don't
Hey.
remember
Oh,
the
don't
details,
fall.
but you
Thank
remember
you.
it's fucked up.
Yeah, there's
I
like
get that with like aliens and zombie dreams.
I don't really get like those types
No.
of dreams. All my dreams are like realistic shit that can happen, and that's what freaks me out the most about them.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
I can have. I'm like semi like conscious in my dreams, so I kind of know what's like happening, and I kind of mess with them a little bit. But then like if it's a scenario where I'm like, is this real fucking life? It freaks me out.
Oh yeah.
Motherfuckers,
no.
when you say, I know this is a dream, they just stare at you.
Don't say that. I'll have a
Mine
dream
too,
about
by
that.
the way. Oh. Your team
I'm
I
gonna
will
be in your
say-
dream tonight,
1 second.
and then I'm gonna be the one just standing there.
I
there's
will
a
say
medical
I don't
mushroom,
remember
there's a
most of my
medical turnip
dreams,
here.
and my poor
think you're
boyfriend
over
has
there.
to deal with me screaming
I
in the middle of the
climbed up.
night, like bloody murder.
You
Oh, jeez.
I thought you were right behind me. The fog, you're
One
right.
second, gamer. 1 second,
Onward.
gamer. I'm coming. Indy, please. Oh,
Take my little hand.
thank you. Oh, Elaine.
I'm good. I'm right behind you, Pookie.
Oh,
Take my little hand.
Pookie.
Pookie.
No, give me your
Okay.
other hand. That's my weak hand. Take my little hand. It's stronger.
That's my Jorkin hand that you just touched.
Oh my. Oh.
I
Are
thought
we
it was
okay with those types
cream.
of jokes, by the way? I just want to double check.
Wait, what? We're good
You're
with any
banned.
kind of joke, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know some
Nope.
people aren't the biggest fan of like, oh yeah, that was my Jorkin hand.
Nope.
joke. I got you. I
Chat,
got
you're
you.
banned.
As long as we're not actually like hentai moaning, I'm pretty good.
Oh
think we should
man,
go
that
this
was my next joke.
Ah, damn.
Penis.
You
No,
gotta,
I'm
but
joking, I'm
Gabby,
joking,
you
I'm
gotta
joking.
make him pay for that. That can't be free.
Oh yeah, no, I do that. Let's go gambling. No,
Make
yeah,
Larry
trust
one
me,
of
they have
the-
to pay me big bucks to do that. Oh god.
Make Larry a redeem.
Larry,
Oh,
Look.
living like
Evil
Larry.
Larry.
Speaking of jorking, where is it, Gabby? Where's what? My jorking hand? Don't worry about it. Keeps
I
changing
think you
every
know where it
time.
is.
I feel like that would be a really comedic moment if like you had like a little funny like jerkin sound effect and it's like, where is it? And then someone slowly turns and you're just making that noise. Don't worry about it.
The emo? What emo? Wait, what emo, June?
Oh
my
Are they
Jorkin
talking about the
emo?
rabbit one?
My jorking emo's right here. It's called Squish. I mean, that's not a jorking emo. It's a squish emo. It's not jorking.
Yeah, it's your little
Yo.
rabbit. It's your little rabbit. Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with that one.
It
Hello.
got taken away because it's called jorking. I called it a jorking.
You
emo.
actually called it short.
The ghost has died.
I think he did.
I-
Also, wait.
I thought I saw
Oh.
Ghost.
Elaine,
Oh.
how are okay
they just fell.
I just want to know in case I have to mute.
She tried to play dead. Oh.
I'm fine with it. If I'm gonna be frank with you, I'm shy. Cause like,
You're
oh
friends.
shit,
no,
Ghost is dead.
Oh,
Like,
sorry, gamer.
y'all are so cute. Women are so cute, and then I'm over here being like a fat little round little fuck. I'm like a
No,
I'm in like a naked
the
baby
only-
echidna.
Nah, bro. I am with you in the fat
Apples.
little fuck. If I could, I would. Okay.
But you're
Dude,
so
okay,
adorable. Like
what
you're
the-
already
You're
oozing adorable.
What do you mean? You're adorable. What the fuck? Okay.
That was really funny just to see you drop.
This is the start of a beautiful
Guys,
friendship.
come here.
It-
Apple.
it-
Apple.
I thought we were
Apple?
friends. What the hell?
Bobble,
What was that?
Apple.
bobble,
Apple.
Yeah.
apple.
Is there another one?
I feed you.
Could have told me to chew before, but you know, it's all right.
No.
I can swallow it.
Absolute cinema.
Throat goat.
Now, this is peak content if I've ever known.
And he's just being behind us for like the content. He's just like,
What do you mean, June?
I'm just here to enjoy the ride.
look at Miu. Miu's going.
Squish pedals. Pause.
She had it.
Wink, wink, nudge.
She
nudge.
climbing it.
She
Like
climbing.
you
A
squish
fog, she
your
rises.
Pinor.
Like my Pinor, it rises.
It's not the same. Look, if you want to complain, take it up with Twitch. Daddy Twitch was like, "Oh, you can't jork here." Okay, not my issue. I got back.
I'm sorry, I thought this was
Nah,
America.
they can't. Well, the thing is, they don't like metaphorical jorkin. They want the real jorkin. You know? They want photorealistic jorkin.
Okay. I'm
Oh,
here.
but
Yeah.
if I do that, then
Oh.
I'm banned. I can jork and enjoy your jorkin.
Help. Thank you.
Help.
Dude, that vape. Is that an Espeon jork?
Yeah, it is an espionage.
Sorta. I can still hear you,
I
but
like-
like, you're definitely a lot quieter than the others.
Take my little hand. Thank you.
I don't know why.
Yeah, Ghost is like normal sounding for me. Like even though she's
I
not
had
like
to raise
observing me.
Ghost's like audio.
Yeah,
up
for some
to
reason,
be
if
I
I'm
did-
next to her, it still sounds like she's like whispering in my ear.
I am.
But like, I
Maybe
can't
that's the
hear her
intent.
whisper. No. Not like a good whisper, like how I can
Oh.
like, you know, get close to my mic and whisper. It's like I
Uh-huh.
can barely hear you. Like you're whispering across the
Fair.
room.
Uh-oh.
That's fair. So I'm probably gonna die in the roots. Just letting you guys know because I
Nuh-uh.
really want that fairy outfit, like
You-
really
you
bad.
love
Oh, you want to be
That's the
able to
only way
hop,
you get
hop,
it is by dying in there?
Well, you have to
No.
jump from a really high like distance
Like 40
onto a
meters high.
mushroom,
Oh, I did. I
And-
did that once, and I lived.
and it you know I died last time I tried it.
One hack that my friend did is they used balloons. So if you have like 3 balloons, and then bounce,
I survived
Yeah.
with nothing. What did you guys... Or just drink fortified milk before you jump.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I was already dead when I got it. I was already unconscious, and the wind blew my body off a ledge, and it bounced onto
Alright,
a
Ghost,
mushroom.
you come back.
That's hilarious. Okay,
Gabby,
gamers.
why does your chat have mpreg?
Ah!
Because we
It
love
is
Empreg.
risen.
What do you mean?
Lord, praise Jesus.
Okay, fair.
We
I
support,
think we found our place where we can
support
get Shem's
pregnancies of
Empreg.
all kinds.
No, that's
We
that's,
already got the
that's fair.
wieners.
Oh, no wiener for me.
Sorry, I don't mean to slap your face with my wiener.
I wanted a wiener.
Like, would you
Oh.
like this instead?
Yippee! Off I go.
Yummy.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
I really don't want to die in the beginning, but I don't see any other way. I must become fairy.
No. Look, June.
Look right there. There's one.
become
But
Become
right there.
also,
Empreg.
we can find balloons.
I have 45
Okay, I'm
milk.
gonna go get. There's some chests over here. I'm gonna get them.
Wayne.
Yes.
Hey, Wayne. Or you can use a checkpoint too,
How far
Oh
is
shit.
and you can
That's
also have
smart.
45 milk.
I'll
Sweet
scavenge for
idea.
stuff first, and then if we find like an ideal spot, I'll take the fortified milk and drink it.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
good
well, I'm
way.
gonna go with you.
Not again. Everywhere I go, there's pregnancy. Then if everywhere you go, June, there's pregnancy, that might be. Oh.
Oh.
Okay,
Oh.
come into the Empreg.
Okay, wait. I can get it.
Knock, is that not what I usually say? What do you mean? It's totally
Is this a
normal.
medicinal
Knock,
root?
knock.
Elaine.
Is this a medicinal root,
It
or are
might-
you?
It might be a mandrake.
It's a bad drink. Ah!
Can't hear you.
If
She
you
got
jump
her
from
AirPods
here,
in.
jump to that one.
Huh?
Elaine, come here.
What?
If you jump from here to that mushroom, which Shems just did, you get the achievement.
Oh, dude.
Oh shit! I'm coming.
No, I can do it. Watch. Wee.
That one?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hi,
Oh, yeah.
gamers. Ooh.
See?
I'm coming. How the
Then you can
fuck?
grab the vine and be Tarzan.
Yeah.
How the fuck? Okay, I gotta go back around.
Look at
Gabby, I'm
Shem's
going
embrace.
around. They said I could do it.
I believe in you. I'll be joining you soon, gamer.
Sounds good, gamer. Oh shit! Look at you.
I think it's perfect. You're the one that pointed out the...
What do you mean? No, no wind, please. Oh no! Ow!
Oh my god, guys!
Hey, someone have a backpack?
I have a backpack.
I found some useful stuff.
Take your pick.
Whoever's here first.
What time? The timer. Our
Yeah, that is some useful stuff. Here you go.
Our supper time is up. And Mary fucking Poppins, bitch. Oh shit.
Hey, look, a mandrake.
Uh-oh.
I don't think anybody's gonna notice. I might be selfish and ask us to restart.
Holy, yeah, no, yeah, my
108 hours. What is 108 hours?
8 hours, gamers. It's gonna take a while.
I may have fucked up, and I may ask us. Hey guys, hey,
Get something.
I slipped. Do you guys think we could start over maybe just a little bit, maybe possibly?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Will that be okay? I may have slipped in the wind on a vine. Oh, goodbye, Mary Poppins.
Yeah, let me go fucking just die.
Okay.
Damn. We were doing so good.
That would be okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I
Oh, you're not
slipped.
angry. We can just go to
I
sleep.
slipped.
I didn't go disuse Elaine.
Where are
Hey
you?
guys, would you mind if we started over? I died trying to get to the mushroom to get the fairy.
Oh.
I'm really
Oh.
sorry. And I really want that fairy. I really want that fairy.
Let's start over. Let's.
Okay,
We can
thank you.
put it on regular ascent this time too.
Yeah.
No!
Hey, guys.
Flag.
Indy, how are you not dead yet? Oh, there you go. There you go. And I can put it on regular ascent instead of ascent 1.
Drake, so we let it like sleep us.
Hey. Jump.
What? Who said that? What ghost? I mean, okay. I'm really peer pressure. Ow.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I
Ghost-
haven't
ghost-
fixed it.
I was telling Shems to jump and you took that as an invitation so quickly.
Yeah, Fox, we got so many cool people.
Oh, my friends. And we
Yeah.
have a new friend, Gabby.
Is this gonna
Yeah.
be a break, guys?
I'm gonna maybe see if maybe like next week Gabby's wife Naho wants to
Oh, if
join
you go
us.
to the
maybe.
right, there's Mandrake over there, and you can just get yourself. To
I
sleep
can
to death.
see the pile of dead bodies. Yeah, if you go straight, there's a pile.
Yeah, just go straight.
Donk. Oh, I didn't get me hurt.
Hey Gabby,
There's
do you
gonna be,
think
like, it looks
how
like a
busy
medicinal
how
root
busy is
sitting
Naho?
there.
Is she busy?
Take that, and then
Is
you go to
Naho
sleep.
like busy?
No, it's a little busy. They've been feeling a little sicky.
Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, there it is.
I fucking love that the way the Mandrake screams. By the way,
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Fuck you! I ate you before I died.
No, it's been a little sick, but they're chill. You know, good time.
yeah. I mean, I was. Oh.
Shems.
Ah! No, my flag! I forgot
Oh
about it.
no!
They forgot about their checkpoint.
Okay, wait,
And you just ate the
Okay, I'm-
Mandrake.
You should
doink, doink, doink.
Elaine. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think if you give them the spore,
You
yeah, the
should,
spores will
invite
kill
them
you.
next time. They're pretty slay.
Dude,
Yeah.
I'm
I
on
was
so
was
many
thinking of
shrooms
doing
right
like
now.
repo next week. So like,
Yeah.
if you and Naho want to join.
Jump, Shems, jump.
I gotta do the same thing I did last time.
Jump down. I'm a zombie. Let me be. Let me
Yeah,
kill you.
Oh my god,
they're
yeah.
a zombie right now.
Wait.
Let's like zombie you.
Dude, they climb?
Yeah.
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 They climb.
Oh, damn.
Hey,
Oh
The
my.
way it's just light aggressive, like a light aggressive.
The ghost just gave up.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
It's thinking. Hey, buddy.
There you go.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some water.
No.
No problem.
Alright, I gotta bite you again. Trust.
Ghost, you're not a very motivated zombie.
No, I'm a little lazy.
I don't got it in them.
I just bite him and then I slide down. slowly. Like, okay, my job's done.
Like, tastes like cheese.
Get him.
Get
Go
him,
fence
get
the
him.
stair.
Wait,
Get him.
contemplate.
Get him.
After
Get him.
process. Get him. Get him. Thank you.
Contemplate.
Nice.
I
Nice.
It's like, are you
have
sure?
to like think about it. I have to think about it first.
Woo! Oh, good. It masks my death. Very cool. All right, hey guys.
Oh,
Do we want to be on peak or do we want to be on tenderfoot?
Oh.
I like
I'm fine either way.
Tenderfoot just because we don't have to worry about the mist and then we could just take our time being shitheads.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Yogi.
I mean, the mist didn't necessarily get us, anyways.
That's yeah. But yeah, you can kind of be anything. It could be regular Tenderfoot, upside video.
Dude, tenderfoot.
Oh my gosh, Shems is an
You're such a pretty
astronaut.
baby.
I'm a fucking
an
pretty
astronaut.
princess.
Oh, I forgot. I
Yes,
got
you
that.
are the
also a
prettiest
fucking pretty
princess.
Oh,
a
wow.
pretty princess.
Guys,
Wow,
I'm
guys.
somebody's OC.
Just flaunt our outfit in front of
I'm
Elaine.
somebody's OC, guys. Look.
You look like you're from the Amazing World of Gumball.
I love that show
Steven
so
Universe,
much. I'm gonna kiss you on your mouth.
Mwah.
Me and Shems just watched
Oh, yeah,
the new
hydrate.
season. It's fantastic.
Ah, thanks for the head pat.
Shems, you're looking warily, like very like concerned at Elaine.
Welcome back.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome back.
I want to be a cowboy, baby. Little cowboy, baby.
Guys, we can't be flower princesses
baby.
without Elaine having the outfit.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
No.
The fairies have to guide me to the fairyland.
That's true.
No, I need to go back to my roots, my OG.
Sorry. Oh my god.
I want to change my color. I want to be blue. Where's Indy? Indy, change your color. Indy, do you like that color?
I don't care.
Okay.
He likes purple.
What I gotta change? Who's what?
I
Oh,
want to
you
be.
can be
Well, it doesn't really matter. We don't
I'm
have that many
yellow.
people.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, we
I'm
can be whatever you want, then, man.
Yeah.
I wish you could be
You could be
RGB. Low key,
orange,
I wish if you 100%ed this game, you could
red.
be RGB. That'd be kind of cool.
You do get a cool crayon. I don't know if you could see it, but I have it.
Unhand me.
Quick.
Let me see.
crayon?
Ooh!
Unhand me.
We're spinning around.
Yeah, you
in
get that if
circles
you get
now.
the original, like, the first accolades that they came out with the game, which is technically their like the first 100%, and then they started coming out with more stuff.
That's fair. All right, are we ready?
Hold on.
Are we ready?
Come here.
Are we ready?
Come on. Come here. Come here.
Are we ready? Are you ready to
My
go?
head looked like a golf ball.
I am
Give me
ready.
a-
Hi,
Give me
Korea.
Okay.
You look like a
Come here.
breasty.
Ah!
Wait, come back. You look like
I'm in the other chair,
a villain from like Indiana Jones.
Because then I can lean back.
Dr. Jones.
Dr. Jones.
Come on. I'm taking you.
The flight is ball. Wait!
Ooh.
Come on.
Are we supposed to do
Shakira.
intros?
Belongs in a museum.
Should we just go play
Wait,
or
what?
should we do
What?
intros?
For his choice.
Oh,
I mean, sure.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna
we
be
can do
grabbed.
intros, but I think it's
I got
okay
you.
if we don't. We don't
Okay,
have to,
all right,
but
yeah, we
can.
could play. We just go play.
Intros? Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Will we
Should
whisper?
we have?
Intros.
Oh, sometimes
we have done
we'll
intros?
do intros if we
Should-
do collabs. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
we can
okay.
do intros. That was just
Okay.
a preview, our past match.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Oh, hold on.
Okay,
I
okay,
guess I'm gonna
okay.
redeem the kiss. I gotta go
What
kiss
the
him. Hold
fuck
on.
is that?
What the fuck is
Why are you
what?
like a gnome?
Hi,
Yeah,
Jim.
he's a
I got
gnome.
you. Give you a big, like,
I got
sweet-
you.
He's just snooping
Oh,
around.
thank you. I was so
It's been a while
cold.
since someone's redeemed a kiss.
I
Okay,
was
I'm
so
back.
cold. Welcome back.
Oh.
All right.
You look at me so sensually.
I'll go first, and then we can go. We can go
Got you.
to Gabby, and then Ghost, and then Miyu, and then Shems, and then Indy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello. I'm Elaine, maincoow.
Hi, Toshi.
I make videos on the internet, and I try to be a good comfort creature.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
God, maybe
I know
take
you're
a
my
photo before I
comfort.
introduce myself. Okay. Hello, my name is Art of Gabby. I use she/they pronouns. I am your local fairy VTuber artist, and today we're playing some Peak with the Elaine and so many amazing friends. Welcome in, everyone.
Yippee!
Okay, Ghost, your turn.
And no, I thought we were going in circle.
No, we just happen to form a circle.
Oh, okay. I'm the ghost dog. I am a dog, as you can see very clearly by my dog-like stature. I am
That dog in them.
I mostly stream with Sunny, mostly do collabs. I don't stream much
That's
at
me, by the way.
all. Yeah, that's me. That's me. Sorry. And I'm eating some French fries right now. That's all.
Okay, but
Yeah,
what
good
type
job.
of French fries?
Huh?
It's
Yeah, what
important.
kind of French fries?
What type of
Crinkle cut.
French fries? Okay, you can stay.
Okay. Good. I'm glad.
Hi everybody. I'm Yu the Mermaid. I'm an artist and variety gamer. Lately I've been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals and then Final Fantasy Online because I just got it. And I love everybody. Mwah.
Yay! We love you.
Baby. All
Yes,
right,
sir.
all right. Mr. Shams.
I'm Shems. I occasionally stream. Not often though. I cut cheese, and I'm here to kill Elaine.
Take this as a confessional. I'm taking this as a confession.
Ah, leave me alone. I'm supposed to introduce myself.
Let the man introduce
Bother someone
himself.
else.
Oh, okay.
Buzz off.
Oh,
Hey,
He has risen.
That's
Indy
enough,
has
that's
arisen.
enough.
And is here to tell us
It's
like
okay,
the
buddy.
good Lord does on the third day.
Stop it.
Ouch.
Alright, go ahead.
Please.
I'm Indy. I'm just happy to be here.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right, let's go.
Oh, I tried protecting him.
Does he?
We had to get out of there. We had to get out of there. Wait, my fucking shit's all fucked up on this one. What do you mean? There you go. Oh, that makes more sense. There we go.
Ugh. Ugh.
Oh,
Guys, I crashed the plane. I'm sorry.
it's okay. Well, now we can claim our plane insurance.
I never knew. I forgot to fill out the insurance forms. I'm sorry, Elaine.
What?
That's fucked.
I forgot to fill them
What?
out. I didn't claim the plane.
I don't like
why
insurance
did you
companies.
claim the plane?
I can't read.
I'm so excited
That's
to see
why I
Toshi.
couldn't read the
We haven't
plane
had Toshi in a
instructions.
while.
You know, fair. You know what? Fair. You know what? Can't be mad about that.
Yeah.
I won't die this time.
Don't worry. Thank God there was an island out in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, thank God. Where'd Gab go? Gab? Gab?
You're gonna go so fast.
Okay, I don't know where you are, but you sound like you're alive!
I have
And I'm gonna go
twisted-
faster!
Go!
Aw. Oh no, okay, it doesn't stack.
Aw.
It, like, I drank it and then it just ended.
Aw.
Yeah.
They canceled each other out.
They did. Hi. Oh my goodness. Hi.
Don't worry, guys. I have 2 med kits. Oh, I dropped one. I am not clumsy.
I got 2 med kits. Oh shit, I dropped one.
Ooh, apples.
Dude, is that song on Spotify? That's so good.
Huh?
Is that song on Spotify? That's so good.
Oh, thank you. Pending, you know, pending. It's pending.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like a little fart.
Did Shem leave again?
Oh, there's a chest all the way over there. I don't know where anybody went.
Gamers, wait, where's Elaine?
I'm right here.
Where's
Hello?
My friend, my stinky cheese, my good time boy.
I'm a good time boy. Oh my god, I'm coming. Yes.
Okay, let's keep going. I just found out that one of my friend's name is Sir Coochie Board.
That's a good name. That's a good
love it.
name.
That's beautiful. Oh my Elaine, why are you dressed like cowboy today? Are we going to like night at the museum type situation?
Yeah,
Sure,
dude,
I'm
I'm
gonna
Robin
die.
Williams I'm cosplaying as Robin Williams from Night at the Museum.
Robin Williams? I
Yeah.
thought that Robin Williams was Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, he was the cowboy. Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, you're right. Owen Wilson was a cowboy, right? Oh
Owen
shit.
Wilson was the cowboy.
Wow.
Wow. I was like, I don't think that's correct. I
They
love
both
that
rode a
movie.
horse or something.
Actually, I don't think he ever rode a horse. The cowboy. He was like building the train. He was
The
only thing he ever-
railroad.
The railroad.
The railroad.
It's some good honest work, you know.
Some good,
Some good,
honest micro work.
context, okay? It's good,
Fair.
good honest work out there on these planes. Dude, it's so I love that movie. It's so hilarious. Oh,
It is a good movie.
next-
Did you know they made like
next
3 of them?
yes, I've watched every single one. I love them. You want to eat?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, go.
Thanks. Hi, Mew. Oh, she
Who
just
has
like
a backpack?
I don't have a
Me.
backpack.
Indy,
Oh.
come get stuff.
Indiana Jones. Take it.
Belongs in a museum.
Doesn't he look like Indiana Jones villain?
Are you calling him a Nazi?
No! No!
Wow.
No! He just looks like a mad scientist.
I think I
should've
feel like he
did
looks
it
like
Indiana
an
Jones
enemy
outfit.
from like Metal Gear or something, like a secret
I never
laboratory.
watched Metal. I never like
No
participated in Metal
one
Gear
hears a
content, so I wouldn't
word
know. To be fair.
they say.
No, that's
It's a
fair.
brand new dawn.
I only know the
Zombie,
memes.
Mr. Jones.
Oh, go some fall.
Is that an apple or a frisbee? It's an apple.
It's an apple. It's green.
Yeah,
Don't
come down here,
fall!
let me tell you to not fall.
No!
Oh, oh my
Hi,
god.
Average.
You caught me!
Hello,
You
hon.
caught me! I didn't do any damage!
Really? Wow.
Look up. Look up. Why
I'm
am I
just
looking
that
up, Rudy?
skilled.
Oh
I'm
my
kind of just
God.
epic like that, you know? It's,
So
it's,
funny.
it's
You're
just
just
natural.
to Omega Slave.
Remember that next time you want to die.
Whee!
I say when you die.
Oh my god. I also have 2 med kits, so if I would have just.
I'm gonna dance up here.
I'm coming.
I just keep them for myself.
Got my hand out for you.
Thanks, gamer.
Course gamer.
I'm so happy you were too.
Chat, what's up?
Okay.
I don't remember which way we went last time.
Phrasing, Gabby, phrasing. I know the phrasing. I said it on purpose. What do you mean?
The phrasing?
There's nothing wrong with my phrasing.
Yeah. Yeah. They aren't used. They don't know your intentions with your phrasing.
Exactly.
I was just like fixing my.
Exactly.
My
See, I did not. I don't know why we're
I need to
winking
set up
at each other.
like
Reeve.
redeems and stuff like that.
What was that? Huh?
How?
Oh no no.
You
just,
have to
it was
become
my
affiliate.
chatter. My chatter.
Oh.
Oh,
You said I need to wink emo.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel a
Excuse
bit.
me, I don't know why we winking at each other.
Feel a
No
bit.
need to.
Wink.
you
Maybe
gotta-
they got something in their eye.
Yeah, they do for a
Maybe
certain
the
amount of
eyelash.
hours.
And then have a certain amount of
Yeah.
viewers and followers.
Here, let me
They
blow in your
lowered
face
them,
to help with that. You know.
Yeah.
Since I started. So it's not
Dude, I
that
used to hate
hard
that as a
get
kid.
it. You just have to be consistent with
When someone like blew in your eye.
Oh, I should be.
To like get an eyelash out, yeah.
Mhm.
Or like when you get.
It feels
do you
like
wear
it makes it
glasses
worse.
in real life?
Or,
Huh?
Are your glasses happy? Elaine?
Yeah,
Because that's how you
yeah.
said the
I am
fog
now. When
doesn't-
I was a kid, I wanted glasses. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Then we
But
must be in regular
I didn't have glasses, and then I fucked my vision by playing too many video games.
No,
Thank you.
I've had glasses since I was like in 3rd grade, and dude, I hated the test they did where they blew air.
Oh yeah,
into
they puff your
Oh my
eye with
God.
yeah, they puff it. Yeah, that's
Yucky.
fair.
Disgusting.
There's a bayaki.
Kill it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want a snack. Oh my goodness.
Thanks for redeeming. Hello.
Hello, but I'm not sorry.
Hiya!
But I'm not sorry. Well, thank you for following, June. Oh, and Bun Bun's got second.
Oh, don't go up here. Ah!
So we can
Sure,
go this way.
once. I
Such
can't.
tiny
I'm
little
around so many
ledges
amazing,
from my
beautiful
big fat
people.
ass. Oh, I have
Hey,
no
yo.
stamina. Excuse me, sir.
Big alert.
Dumpy.
Late.
I'm
Abuse.
sorry. I'm sorry.
pushed me
I
off.
told you.
No,
I
you're
said
not.
it was a big. It's a big
I
ass small
fell really
ledge.
badly. I was
Oh,
taking
Oh.
the route that no, I survived. Because I had a med kit, but oh my god. The fall I took was brutal.
Thank you
I
for
was,
the
Again, basically almost up at the
Unstream.
top.
Mm.
But for whatever reason, the little step that I
Oh,
used
shit.
last time to like
Elaine, please.
get my
Elaine, please.
stamina
Oh,
back,
Elaine,
sorry,
please.
sorry,
Oh
sorry,
my
sorry,
God.
sorry. Ghost
wasn't
fell
letting
and
me
it just.
stand on it.
Okay.
Why not
So
go
like
this
I
way?
fell
Elaine,
from the
turn
top
around.
all the way back down to basically the bottom, and I survived with like a sliver of HP. Like I chugged the fortification milk while I was tumbling, and I thought I was gonna like end up halfway down, but I kept falling and the fortification milk ran out. Barely
Let me get
survived.
up there and I'll help
And
you.
I was lucky to have.
Should
a
go to
med
your
kit in
left,
my
Gabby.
inventory, 'cause I had
Or up.
barely
If you go
enough
straight up,
to
me
Mia's
is
up there.
like,
Help.
one
I
item.
got you.
Yeah, me straight up.
Uh oh.
Lunge at the very end.
No, no.
Oh,
Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself?
Okay.
No, I did not.
I don't know if you'll be able to make this one.
This
We
way
can
might
try,
be
though.
easier if you have less stamina.
There's a little
Okay.
step you can stand on.
I'm just
We gotta
getting my
let you
Actually, what if we
Like
went
a
this way?
quart of
Yeah, no, you're
peppermint
fine.
ice
I was just
cream.
yelling at them.
Peppermint ice cream.
That sounds amazing.
Ooh, can I have some of that coconut?
So I got no hunger
Yeah.
anymore, so.
Oh yeah, it's probably
Here, you have the other half.
Yum, 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 yum.
I think that-
Tummy gonna hurt. Oh, you lactose intolerant? Oh shit, RIP gamer.
Take some Lactaid. Or get lactose free.
Yeah, you could-
Oh, I drink lactose free milk. It's yummy.
It is. It's like sweeter than normal milk. There you go.
We did it! We did it.
Yeah.
I'm coming.
I was like, where are they? Sniff, sniff, sniff,
I
sniff.
fucked up.
Like half a gallon? It's
I
shit,
fucked up a
bro.
little bit. Oh god.
Oh,
Oh
I
Jesus.
know.
Oh
You're
Christ.
not lactose?
Ow.
That's
Okay, I'm
an
good.
issue.
I'm good. I just sprained my ankle a little bit.
Okay.
It sounds like a non-issue then.
I got all 10 on my toes.
If I can make
Lactose.
this.
I got all 10 of my toes.
I don't know if I can make this. I'm gonna
Are
hurt
you
my ankle again.
hungry?
Oh, it's gonna be more than my ankle. Oh, we're good. I'm gonna go around. I'll go around you. It's okay. I'm gonna go around.
Okay, I'll meet you around.
This round. Okay, I see you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
There we go.
So? I'm pretty sure if I let my partner eat ice cream, he would eat half a gallon.
No questions asked. He's just that hungry of a guy. Don't put my six at me. Put my six at my partner.
He eats that much? He's a big growing boy. But I'm just really
You got it, wife.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
I wonder what the next peak update will be.
I wonder. I know they're working on like a crystal biome, I think they said.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Why are we questioning?
Well, did we all make it this time?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, Ghost died the last time because they wanted to eat their burger.
Yeah, like I don't know if any of you guys have seen common side effects, but like the cliff fall scene, that's basically what I went through.
Oh, ooh, a cure-all.
Hi.
I want the apple.
Hi. I got a wiener.
Apple.
I want a wiener.
Marshmallow. Did you get your marshmallow? Did you get a marshmallow? Here you go.
Oh,
There you go.
marshmallow.
Marshmallow
okay.
right there. All right, Elaine, we got this time.
Yeah, I won't fuck it up this time, I promise.
Well, there's a mushroom that they jumped on that they got if you want to follow them.
Yeah. I'm gonna follow them because like
yeah.
the thing is was like I was on a vine and then I was on a tree and then it was very fucking windy and it shot me off the tree.
Fair.
The crystal biome sounds awesome. I know, doesn't it, Star? Oh, but so pretty. Okay.
Apparently this helps it. I don't think it does.
All right.
How do you
Elaine.
guys use the vine?
Yeah, use
Yeah.
the vine and then grab onto this branch and jump down.
I don't think you're supposed to do that.
I get fucking
Oh,
Ow.
you're supposed to grab it. Alright,
Okay.
And then
ready?
you can hit that that mushroom right
Do I
there.
just go straight down or do I need to like jump forward?
Jump
Hi-ya!
forward.
Boing.
Was that a, like a
And then you
was
can
that a
grab the
running
vine.
jump or?
It was a run,
It's like
jump,
a
forward.
running jump.
Run, jump forward, grab vine. You got it. Oh,
Don't
watch out
do
for
it
the
right
wind,
now,
watch out
it's
for the
windy.
wind.
Okay, okay, okay. Oh,
People suck it all the time. That's brand new.
oh no, no. Oh, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, not again! Ow!
Do you have a medkit?
Yeah, I do. I'll go get her.
Let's go grab her.
I'll grab her. Hello.
Every time. Every time, every time, I don't know if I deserve the fairy outfit at this point.
No. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get back up there.
Oh, I don't feel good.
Straight up climb the tree here.
Yeah, we can. Oh, where'd you go? You need anything?
I can't carry anything.
Here, I'll get you
Are you
out.
gonna be okay?
Alright.
I'll be fine.
Well,
Make it, make it.
You sure?
I need it.
You look like a fairy.
I need it. I need it. Oh,
Oh,
I landed on a thing. I landed on a spore shroom.
thanks.
There you go.
I saw the clouds.
Thank you.
Oh,
Do you want me to carry these?
fancy meeting you.
Nah, it's fine. I don't need any of it.
I'm taking
All right.
this
What? This is the
Alright.
tree that we were on?
This
Oh,
is the tree. Be
no.
careful of the wind. Grab onto something.
Grab it, Shams. Grab on.
Why is the wind like this?
Wait, I want you guys to watch what's happening.
Why? Why? I hate the wind. It's
Alright,
the one
alright, we
thing
got
stopping me and this fairy stuff. I hear
this.
Mandrake.
Trust.
I love that Mandrake.
Yeah.
I wish you could keep the
I'm gonna go
Mandrake.
eat it.
The first time I had it, I ate it and then did not understand what was going on. Alright, Elaine.
Does it make
We
you
got
sleepy?
it this time. Alright.
Okay.
We're gonna do it
Okay.
together. You ready?
Okay.
Step back.
I'm stuck in the.
Vine.
I'm stuck in the cannon. I'm stuck in the. Get me out of the cannon, please. I'm stuck, please. Please.
I'm gonna light
I
it,
don't-
Elaine. I'm gonna
No, don't light it, please. Don't light it.
I don't know, I'm gonna be honest, Chief, I don't know what to do.
Why did I get stuck in the cannon? No.
I'm gonna light it. I think this is the only way, Elaine. Oh, wait, here. Actually, wait. Trust. Is there anywhere I can put this? Anywhere at
You
all
put.
I can
You
put
put
this
on
so
maybe.
you can grab
I don't
it?
think you
Otherwise,
can put on the.
Elaine, take this. Take this flag. Put it down like right there. And then ideally,
hold
on,
hold on,
the
trust,
thing
trust,
does
trust,
do
trust.
fall damage.
Okay.
Elaine is stuck. Do not light the cannon. Shove! No!
It's okay. The checkpoint.
Took you. I
Ah.
know, it took you, but it's just confusing.
Dang.
I hate life. I hate life so much.
She survived?
I survived because the wind did slow fall.
Ever since he learned
Ah.
to play with him, he's just like, I don't want to play with anything else except
Elaine
you.
died. So you can come back up here.
I could just climb.
Oh, wait, where are you? I didn't know you where you were. The goose?
I was nearby.
Oh, okay.
Thank
Alright,
you.
we're gonna jump together, okay?
Okay.
Okay, we got this. Come to this side this time.
Okay.
Okay, ready? It's a run and jump at the end. Ready? 3,
Okay.
2, 1, go! Whee!
Whee!
And then you grab Divine. Nice! Did you get
I don't think I got the achievement.
What? How did you not get it? Check your Steam. It could just register in Steam but not in game.
Oh.
Uh-oh. It's okay, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna hold you.
Wait, what's it
Got you.
called?
That's a good question. I just saved your life, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hold on. Let me find out. Get my Steam up. It is called
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Microbatics badge.
Micro.
Myco acrobatics. That's it.
Yeah, no, I didn't get it.
What? Okay, we'll find another one. That one worked for me, so I don't know why.
Yeah, it works for me as well. And it works for Indy.
I mean, maybe Elaine
And it works
didn't go
for
up
Indy.
high enough.
We
Maybe I didn't jump. Here, you guys go on
we
with it.
could
I'll
go to
just try
that
it one more time.
tree.
No, I'll wait for you.
We could, or Elaine, we could go up to that one. That one might be a little bit higher.
You think so?
If we jump back onto this one and then grab this
Dude.
vine, we can make our way over. Hold on. Trust. We're gonna get you to badge. We're gonna get it for
Oh,
you.
okay. All right. I believe.
Trust the
Hello,
process.
Moira.
Trust the process.
My cat is on my desk now.
Oh shit. Grab on. Don't let go. Okay.
Okay. Jesus.
Oh my god, the wind is out to get us.
Yep, a little bit.
Okay. Jump to there, and then we can grab onto this vine that's like attached to here.
So jump onto the mushroom again and then grab the vine.
Yeah. And grab the vine, yeah.
Okay.
Watch out. Watch out. And then you can climb all the way over here. Alright. Let's see where the best course of action is for this tree. Maybe if we just go...
I think if we go to the
Jump
tree
onto...
that I
Here, hold on, let me try something.
before.
What is this?
saw a luggage over here.
Cloud fungus? I don't know
What cloud
that
fungus do?
is. I have no idea.
Let's keep trekking forward, chat.
Ooh, I've got a piton. I think the best course of action would just be to put the piton there. Oh shit. Okay. I think I'm gonna put the baton on the tree and then we can climb across that way.
Okay, I'm gonna try to run and jump into the tree, maybe?
I don't know, you could. I don't know if you'll make it. You can try. I don't know how far it'll. Oh.
It didn't work. It didn't work.
Do you have all your hunger and stuff?
I have a little bit of hunger.
Okay, I'm gonna put the baton right here. And then I'm gonna grab on. Okay. And then we can get up to this mushroom. Ooh, it's a little rough. That's okay though. I'll get you. If you can get to the baton, I'll get you.
Okay, I will do my best to let my stamina recharge.
Oh, watch out for the wind.
God damn it.
Okay. You got it.
I'm coming. Don't. I'm coming. Hello?
Alright. We're working on it!
We're not all lucky like you, Shems.
I was Indy.
Indy!
Okay, alright. We got it this time. This is a little bit higher. Or if you want to go up to this branch.
Okay. But where are we jumping to?
The mushroom directly below us. We just gotta walk off and hit it.
Directly.
Ready? It's right here. I go first. Whee! Alright, you got it, Elaine. Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah!
Woohoo!
Oh, watch out for the wind. Oh, uh-oh.
I grabbed the tree. I'm okay.
Oh, okay. I just saw you fly off and I was like, oh shit.
I could be a fairy now. Dreams do come true. Thank you.
True. Yeah.
We're coming.
Are we on Tenderfoot or regular peak?
Just regular peak.
Oh. Does the fog not rise in this biome then?
I think it rises when everybody gets to like a certain point.
Oh, true that. I see somebody over there.
Oh, I see Gabby. Gabby got picked up by a speeder. I see
Is
mushrooms.
this a bin tray? Uh-oh. We're good. It's not a man.
Hungry.
Are you hurt at all?
No.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
Chopping
That was a
mushroom.
teensy bit, but it's not a big deal.
Red shroomberry. Yum. Oh, it gave me stuff. Oh my god. I'm fast. Woo.
Is that the red one that you ate?
Yeah, I ate the red one, but it gives you like a little bit of like the spore stuff.
Oh, okay. I haven't
Look,
eaten
look
that
up there. There's someone up there. What the fuck? Wait, no, that's a spider. Never mind. Ow! I fucked up.
one.
Ow! I fucked up.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
That way is not that good.
Ooh, I see a chest. What does this mushroom do?
There's another half of a coconut somewhere I saw.
Oh,
Oh.
I farted. Sorry. What's in it?
Energy drink.
Very
I don't
nice.
want it. I feel like we should make our way
Maybe this
up-
way?
No, that
Yeah.
way. That way the spore is up there. Oh shit. Rock.
Uh-oh. There's a boulder here.
Okay, you're good. You're good. You're good. 'Cause see,
It was the
there's
coconut.
There's a thing over there.
I have my
the,
marshmallow, but that's for
The
emergency.
evil
Yeah,
gas
that's
is
true.
up there.
We can power through the gas. Ooh, is this magic?
Oh, eat that,
It's
yeah.
not root.
Oh, nice.
This one. I'm gonna save that for when I get more hungry.
Rock to climb out.
Uh-oh.
Maybe
Here,
we should
wait.
go
Here.
back and around.
Here, I can help y'all up.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Elena!
I'm good. I'm good. We're good.
Elaine?
I'm good. Wait, there's like a little crevice right here.
Oh, shit.
Teeniest crevice.
Help!
Don't
Oh, damn.
fall.
Are you hurt?
Yeah, I'm hurt.
Med is-
I got a med kit.
Oh, Gabby. Oh,
Well,
Gabby,
you had
Gabby.
it first. How's that?
Oh, I'm okay.
It didn't do a lot.
Yeah. Fuck you.
What's up? What
Go.
happened?
I slipped a
I
little
was
bit.
trying to tell you.
Well, I didn't know how
I'm
bad
coming.
you were hurt from that teensy little fall.
Okay, you go up there and you fall from there. I ain't gonna catch you this time. Dude, where is everybody?
I don't know.
Up here is not effective an explanation.
It's up. It's up, Indy. It's up.
Hey, there's a shroom over here you can jump on.
Hello.
You should know this by now. Hey,
Hello. Hello, I've missed you. Hello.
Let me see too. Where's Indy?
He's
Would
around.
you like a remedy shroom?
Nah, save that for later. I got a med kit. I'm just trying to get up.
Hi, Simple Glue. How you doing, hon?
If you hug this wall, the right oh, Indy, if you hug this wall.
I tried to do that and I fell. I tried to do that.
What?
I was right behind you.
Do you not have enough stamina?
Well,
Oh,
I'm
you
carrying
fell.
a-
She's
a
below
lot
us.
of stuff.
Do you want me to carry it?
Here, we gotta go find Miyu. She fell.
Yeah, let's go find Miyu. Gabby, we're gonna go find Miyu.
Okay.
Miyu, don't die. Oh damn, she's gonna die.
It was too late.
Oh no.
I was like up by with
sorry.
Shems, but then an explosive mushroom went off and knocked me
Which way did you
off.
go?
Oh, maybe this was why Indy fell. Because there's like a little crack. But you gotta wait in the crack. So you gain your stamina back. Alrighty.
I went through the big clouds. Like I sucked it up and got
I had a lot of extra HP, or stamina, but I lost it all.
Yeah, I did too when I got up higher. You should. I would honestly say use the med kit.
Oh, I made it.
Yeah, there's a ledge to the right.
Boop.
Not there, though. I would honestly go around the rock.
Around the world, around the world.
Yeah,
I'm
Ghost,
protected by the
Ghost
rock.
is in there.
I
What's
see
that? Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I would just say follow Ghost. Ghost is going a good way.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, there's Lynn.
Hi!
Oh shit.
Oh, I'm fine.
Oh, if you go through, if you go through the pink clouds, you just kind of, you get a little blind, but if you, long as you, like, keep your head about you, you can get out of there.
I see a hole.
Oh shit, the fog's rising.
That's fine. We got
I
it.
mean,
not
we're at
that
the very
bad.
bottom.
No.
I just heard Shem say fuck.
Oh,
Shem's
there's
is
a
fine.
crevasse right here.
Yeah, where there's a crevasse, there is a way.
Trust in the crevasse.
I think this crevasse has a little something going on.
It hurts in the crevasse. It hurts in the crevasse.
The crevasse has a little STDs
wait.
going on, I think.
Over here. Over here. Beetle coming. Be careful.
He didn't see us.
We're good.
Oh,
Huh? Uh-oh.
Hey, look at the mushroom on the vine.
there's a mushroom on the vine.
Right there.
Oh, so cute.
Okay, we can totally climb these trees, guys.
I see a crevice.
I'm gonna climb this tree.
Is that a
Actually,
zombie behind you?
huh?
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah,
zombie
there is.
chasing
There's
you,
a ghost.
Shit!
Ah, no!
Oh,
You're so loud.
I'm so sorry. I'm just shocked. Gabby, by the way, is like behind you guys in the pink cloud.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I
Well,
see.
I'll wait for
Gabby.
Gab.
Hello.
Yeah. Elena.
We'll wait for you,
I was
Gabby.
waiting for you guys and kind of just like left.
I thought you kind of went ahead of us. Where are you?
No, I was waiting.
I'm coming.
Here,
Are you
here,
below
Gabby,
me?
Go back where you were.
I'm
Wait,
dead.
can you make it over here?
Yeah, I can.
Zombie pushed
Okay,
me
I'll
all the
save
way
this for
down
later.
and tackled me off the mushroom.
Oh.
No, the
Guys,
wind,
be
I
careful.
can't let go of
There's a
this.
mushroom.
Save the bag.
The bag is safe. I got it. I got the bag back.
Here,
Guys,
okay,
if
give
we
it
go
back.
around, there might be a way, but we have to
Can I
move
have the bag
quickly.
back?
There is a zombie.
Oh, the zombie tackled
Yeah,
me
what's
all
up?
the way to the bottom.
Can I have my bag back?
Oh yeah,
What?
sorry.
We don't have time for this. There's a zombie, Andy, run!
I'm just trying to
Dang,
assist.
everybody
Where
just
you
picking
go in,
myself.
where the branches are, that was a good way to go.
Andy, come on. Andy, we don't have time for this. Come on.
This way.
It's like a puppy.
Gabby, leave
Right,
that.
right there. There's a little butt right to your left. Right to the
I
left.
would never.
Wife,
I would
wife,
never do that.
wife.
What?
Who are you talking to?
What?
My
I'm
chat.
just talking to my wife. Indy, look, right here, right up here. You see me? You see me?
Did we go up
Sorry,
the
you felt like
street?
we
Where
left
did
you
we go?
behind. I didn't mean for you to feel like
No,
we left you.
no. It's okay. I was just confused. Like, where are my friends? I was like, nobody's still coming in. Oh,
This is not a good way to go.
it's okay.
Let's go over here. Hello, mushroom.
Help!
Hop, 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 hop! Gabby!
Sorry, bud. I'm gonna stick back here.
Gabby!
I'll let you cook.
Gabby!
Huh?
Miu!
What?
I think Gabby fell. Can you check?
Oh yeah, Gabby's next to me. Yeah,
Did
she's
Gabby
next to
die?
my body.
Oh,
Oh.
damn.
You got it, Elaine.
Yeah, she's next to my body. She's like all the way down there.
Oh, fuck.
So nice to see
Just need a little more. Are you kidding me, dude?
Hey,
It's
look,
so
there's a
annoying.
crate underneath you.
What? No.
Down there.
No, I don't wanna.
Oh, okay.
I'm such
Are
a
you
bad
doing
luck
good? I
charm.
think you're good.
All my friends are dying.
It's okay. We're all dead, but it's.
I am so sorry. All my friends are dying.
Or you're the
All my
good luck
friends are
charm and
dead.
we're the bad
Take
luck
me to
charm.
the edge.
All
almost there.
my friends are dead.
I had to eat
All
more
my friends are
marshmallows.
dead.
Yeah. This is like.
Go with the fighters.
Be careful
You
up
got
here,
these
'cause this is
names.
the,
Fighters.
Look,
area I
people
got,
had to
and
be
there's a lot of
sacrificed for you to become the true fairy.
I don't want my friends to die for me to become the fairy though.
Look, a fairy for a fairy. It's okay. I just had to die. It's okay.
I will reach the peak.
Are you
You
kidding me?
will, I believe.
And there goes my extra stamina. Again, fuck the wind, dude.
The wind is a little brutal. Ghost.
Ghost left.
You had left
Ugh.
stamina, but the thing
Is Ghost okay? Did they lose internet connection maybe?
my family.
They might have. I will unmute the Discord in 10 seconds. I kind of fucked up a little bit.
You got this, I believe. You're not fucked up. You're amazing.
I can't see. Everything is pink. I might turn into a zombo.
Oh,
Oh, please.
No, you Zombo never. If
Watch
Zombo
this out
keep
for-
Zombo.
Oh, I'm protected. Oh, this is fucked. I went the wrong way. I gotta get out of here. Oh. No, Beetle, fuck off. Fuck off.
Uh-oh.
Fuck off.
Not Beetle.
Fuck off. Don't do this.
Anubis.
Wind.
You were 20 Stream Street.
The wind, you son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a bitch. Leave me alone.
GG.
Leave me alone.
You got this, I believe.
Suck my nut.
Is Shen
Hey,
dead?
yo.
He was almost dead. Hold on.
It's chasing after you, hombre.
Yeah, get up here, you
Breathe
stupid
for a
ass
second, breathe for a second.
beetle.
Shen is still
Oh.
alive. He kind of
I think it's still following you, gamer.
died to place the checkpoint, and then.
Can it
after
climb?
that, he ended up, losing a
I
lot
don't
of
know,
health, and
maybe.
then hit.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna make that. I think you need to eat your shroom. Remember, you have a shroom, gamer.
Oh. I don't know. Might be able to make it now that the stuff is gone.
Maybe.
I'm not dumb.
Oh, Shrimp says it got disconnected. And
Oh!
re-invite whenever.
Oh!
Oh, GG.
Oh no!
GG.
Oh!
Yeah, GG.
Yikes. Now we coming to check. Damn.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck me in a basket. I forgot about this. Oh, no. Ghost, I will re-invite you the moment I can. I can't do it right now for some reason. I thought I could just invite you, but I will invite you once I get to the campfire. I think the campfire lets us for sure. What do you mean? This is bullshit. This is so bullshit. Let's fucking go, chat. Redemption arc. No, stop. June, thank you for the check-in. Gamer, I forgot that I had a checkpoint. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Yup,
Shit,
and now I'm
you're
at the
all way back
beginning.
there, dude.
Yup, yup. But guess what I got? Ow.
Checkpoint.
Another check. Forgot what this one does. I think they're random. I feel like whatever they do is random. Oh. Okay. I'll just speed run. Is that Oso? Hello, Oso. It doesn't work.
when you invite Ghost?
Yeah, I think I have to do it at the fire because it doesn't say that I can invite. It just says join and launch
Oh,
game.
okay. So let me tell him up top.
Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna keep. Oh,
I'm here to support you. You just narrowly missed that spider, you hombre.
what spider? Oh, I was about to be like, you're gaslighting me.
That's spider.
Oh! No! No! Ah! Okay. I'm going around.
Hi, Oso. It's Osotito.
Oso Tito. We like Oso. Oso cool. So cool. He's the coolest bear guy I know.
Oso's the only reason why I didn't name my cat Osito, so. I don't know.
Fair?
I don't know.
I mean, you still could have.
Also, you took a perfectly good name away from me. Cause I don't like naming my pets after people I know.
That's fair. That's fair. It was kind of weird when I have my cat. Her name is Moira, not after Overwatch Moira, but because of a different instance. That's for later. But then I met a VTuber named Moira, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, I know, right?
Love her to death,
Wait.
but also oh.
Yeah. Also, do you know the content creator that has the taxidermy fox named Estelle?
High maintenance, Estelle.
Estelle? Do you know-
Estelle, the
do you
high
know?
maintenance.
Yeah.
You're alive?
Yeah, I had a checkpoint
Yeah,
at the
'cause the
beginning,
checkpoint, remember?
so I
shit.
started
Okay.
all over again.
Yeah, Estelle, the
Shins
taxidermy
and Indy are at
fox
the
puppet.
top.
Okay, well they're gonna starve.
love
I'll be there as
Estelle.
fast as I can.
Okay.
We
Did
love
you send an
Estelle.
invite to Ghost for me?
I can't right now. I think I have to do it at the campfire.
You have to do it at the campfire, okay.
Yeah, because it only says
Yeah.
join game or like launch game for me right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, what was I saying? So Estelle does a series called Two Things.
Mm-hmm.
Not one, not three, two. And they say two things that they like that week.
I like that. That's
That's-
nice.
Last week was wet concrete.
Mm.
Wet concrete. I need to send it to you sometime.
Yes, please. I like Estelle.
Estelle's
I feel like I'm going
hilarious.
the wrong way.
I can't tell from here, to be fair. I'm trying to look ahead of you.
We climb.
Apparently, Jane says they're gonna invite the Scoutmaster, so.
I think it's that only happens if there's one person at the top. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
We'll find out when they fall off the mountain.
Oh my god.
Okay, I think if I go this way, I'll be okay.
Hopefully. Let's see. I'm trying to look around.
Speed running.
You're a pro.
Go around.
You're a pro speed runner. You know.
Use all the stamina the moment I get it.
Yeah.
Yum, 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 yum. Oh, there's a dead body here.
Hello.
Okay. Okay.
This game mode. Avoid the spider. Avoid the spider.
Oh, hey, dead body.
Yeah.
I wonder who which it is. I don't think it's mine. I don't remember dying.
It doesn't have stuff on it, so it might be. I don't know.
Who knows?
Oh, I think it's the zombie. I think their bodies die, like, after a while.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Oh, thank gosh.
Yeah. Because that's where the
Cuidado,
zombie was last time. Oh,
Gamer,
you're gonna
take
fall.
cuidado. I think Gamer might die.
Okay, bye.
Oh,
Nope, no, they live.
I live. What the fuck? Where am I supposed to go?
This is the hard part, honestly, of this area.
Okay. We're gonna brain
I think
blast.
just go
Okay.
in front of you. I think go in front of you. No, behind you. Sorry. Like there.
Okay.
No, not towards the mushroom. The other way.
That way?
No. There. Yeah. Like go to that thing over there.
This one?
That way. Yeah.
Whee!
I don't know.
Whee!
If I remember correctly, that's like where we went behind you.
Huh?
I think. That way.
Oh.
I don't know. I thought it was here that we went. No? Like if you.
I think it was a little further in front, and then we went up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I see the crevasse of truth. Oh, Jesus.
The crevasse.
Well, watch it.
Crevasse of truth.
Thank you for the follow.
I
Hey, Mia, what do you think about the South Park stuff in Fortnite?
Yeah.
I never watched South Park, so I have no attachment to it, honestly.
There's some like things from the shows like, oh, that's funny, that's from the show, but other than that, it's like, meh.
That's fair. I agree.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a ledge above you. You're good.
Yep.
But it's fun. I've mostly been into like Marvel Rivals lately.
That's fair. You both play Marvel
right.
Rivals?
Yeah, I do.
Ghost. Oh wait, yes,
Fuck.
Gabby.
Does this mean I have to get into Marvel Rivals?
It's a chunky game, so if you have the memory space for it, you could. It is free to play.
I will teach you how to play if you do.
Okay. You know
I
what?
used to
All
teach
my
people how to
friends
play
play.
Valorant.
All my.
So- What?
No Valorant.
What? No, I know. I'm not gonna make you play Valorant. No, I never force anyone to play anything. But I'm like, if you want to, I will teach you how to play it.
I don't know if I can make
It's
this.
completely up to you.
Wait,
To be
maybe
fair,
I can
haven't
fit.
touched Valorant in months.
I can't see
I think almost in
anything.
a year. I like touch it very sparingly nowadays.
Fair.
It's honestly mostly for some like non-VTuber friends that keep playing it. So.
Please,
If you want to learn to play
please.
Marble Rivals, I will always be happy to play.
What's that?
Yes. I
Marble
mean,
Rivals?
Oh fuck! It is the It is the water. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I
the
don't think you
water.
can go
Water
over
will
water,
push you
huh?
down.
Water stopping me here.
Dude.
Which way? Which way am I going then?
I
can
think
go-
Elaine would love Hefe. Or GF.
Or GF?
GF.
GF. I do love Jeff the Land Shark. He's my favorite.
Yeah. Lead up.
I get overstimulated. I don't know how to not be overstimulated by a game like that.
It's understandable. I mean, honestly, like, what I did was I played like really easy to play characters like Jeff for like a while, and
Okay, mate.
that way I could get used to like how much stuff is in the game, and then I learned more complex characters once I
That's
understood
fair.
that the game worked.
That is fair. I did also start out with Jeff, and then I also started out with Psylocke.
Oh, I did. That was the next character I played after I got used to Jeff. Was Psylocke, and that shit was hard.
I love Psylocke. I recently lorded Cloak and Dagger, and I'm very happy.
Ooh,
They're my first
nice.
lord.
Damn.
I have 2 lords if I remember correctly. I have Cloak and Dagger, and I have Penny. Penny's the other one I play often.
Well, Penny's good. They're getting
love
rid of her
Penny.
team up with Rocket.
Oh, yeah.
My friend who's a Rocket main is a little sad about it. He also plays Penny.
Wait, they're losing it?
Yeah, like they're taking Penny off of the team up with Rocket and Team
That's fucked.
No, Star-Lord.
dude.
Yeah,
That's fucked
they're
up.
taking her off.
That sounds fucked up.
Yeah,
That's such a good team up.
it is.
Oh, please.
Wait a second. Just wait on the ledge. Wait on the ledge.
I was just scared the wind was
Okay,
gonna
you-
push me.
If you want, you can put a checkpoint there too, if you would like.
Oh, I will put the checkpoint above me.
You got this, gamer. It's a
I'm
pretty
going.
hard climb. Yeah,
Oh, fuck.
Yep.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
And she got
Oh.
shit.
Maybe.
That's where you're gonna
This is so
jump.
stressful. Okay, yep.
Ugh,
that's
so
gonna-
close.
Gonna be it.
If only had a pinton, you can make it easy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like look
I could-
around to see if there's like a different path.
Could try to go back and up and around and then up, maybe?
I was gonna say you can kind of go down it to the left of you and then go up that way, maybe.
Like
to the
that way
right of you.
behind the
Right- no, to the
waterfall, or
right.
like
No, that
into
way.
the
That
mountain?
way, where you're looking at right now,
Okay.
with the roots and shit. Yeah,
Uh.
that might be it. I'm not sure.
Oh.
Sometimes you have to go down to go up.
Please, please, please. Oh.
Oh, okay. Hopefully you find remedy shroom.
Yeah, that would be nice. Those are high prices to pay to be a fair. I don't know if it was worth it.
Endeavor is. Elaine, have you seen Sinners?
Have I seen what?
The movie Sinners?
I fucking love that movie.
I love that movie too. It's so
That's a-
good.
That's a good ass movie. Oh shit,
Hell
maybe I could go
yeah.
up that way.
Maybe. Just beware.
No, what's your favorite part of that movie?
There's so many. I think the first one that comes up in my head that's like my favorite is the part where Preacher Boy is singing in the juke joint. And like he summons like all the like ancestors of like past and future.
Yeah, that was really cool. I thought it was a little cheesy seeing the future ones, but I think it was still cool.
I think it's pretty cool. I like it that I like all the like representation of like different tribes and stuff like that. It was like really awesome seeing like on the internet all the people being like, oh hey yo, like that's from my area, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my favorite honestly was when the main vampire dude like got all those
Remy?
people. Yeah, and then like started like an Irish fucking dance circle.
That was cool too. I like that one too.
Son of a
no!
bitch. I don't think this is a
Look
good
at
mushroom.
I need that one poison.
Hello, Daedalus. Welcome on in. I'm currently struggling in Peak.
You got this camera. Yeah, I was
But
gonna
Gabby's
say,
showing me
who,
on this side. I think I
and
got
yeah.
this.
Hello. Who was your favorite character?
Oh, you're almost there.
when
Hey,
you
you're
were,
at the top.
Yippee!
Ooh,
Oh look, a
wow.
shroom to help eat.
Yeah. Oh, the wind's not helping though. One of the
Red
brothers,
Bull.
the brother that was more about like business was my favorite character.
Like the serious one or the silly one?
The serious one, I think.
Oh, let's smoke.
Grim is VIP now.
Smoke is really nice. I like him.
Yeah. Oh, I loved. Spoilers to anyone who hasn't seen Cinders. I loved the ending. Oh, fuck
Oh,
me.
it is so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about Cinders.
Oh no, you're almost there. If you go past the red mushroom right here, like these red mushrooms, it's easier to get to the top.
These ones?
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, we think Ghost's internet might have died completely.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
But I can see them online on Steam.
Yeah, I'm not sure because they're not messaging us back either.
I'm
Oh, you're
here.
here?
Okay.
Whoa, I've literally been saying I've unmuted you in Discord just so I could hear you talk, so you're not alone.
It's okay. We're drawn.
Yeah,
Oh.
I unmuted you. Yeah, I thought you had.
They were in the
this whole
zone.
time.
They were in the doodle zone.
Yeah.
But I really like the ending of Sinners when they kind of go back and he's like, I want to hear the real. Can you still sing it? And then he does.
Yeah,
It's
that
like,
shit was
oh.
amazing.
Hey guys. Is everybody gone? Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Dude, I died and I was like, oh sweet release, and then
Try seeing if you can invite Ghost now.
then I forgot about the. It still says I can't invite. Maybe Ghost can relaunch.
I'll try inviting ghosts.
Yeah, because it just says I can launch and watch game.
You can't send an invite through the menu, like the games menu.
Oh, invite. Oh, maybe I try that actually. Sorry, my bad. I'm stupid.
No, don't say that. Alright, Ghost,
Okay,
try to see if those work.
I'm a little pea-brained.
It's okay.
Got another flag, guys. Nobody.
I think Andy went to the bathroom. You didn't get any invite. I sent you an invite.
I think we
Yeah,
all
or maybe
got
restart Steam itself. Maybe it's
yeah,
Steam.
restart Steam.
Let me see. Actually, I could check if it's. Maybe it's Steam. Oh, I can't. Okay. Okay. It doesn't work that way. Okay. I want to. Actually, Gabby, would you like a backpack on this next one?
Yes, please.
Okay,
like to come
try
back
sending
in
an
general,
invite again to
please.
Ghosty.
Okay. Invite friends.
I've got to leave in a few minutes, so I bestow upon anybody who wants the backpack and its contents.
Ghost
my
is not
goodness.
online, so I will wait. Its content. I would like its contents. Thank you.
Oh yeah, we gotta wait for Ghost to get online. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright,
Okay, she should be online
Nice.
now.
you made it finally. Good job.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was so excited when I was gonna die because I was like, okay, won't everybody can just go on, and then I revived. So,
You should probably bring that checkpoint flag.
yeah, put it. I have to cook. I should cook the
Let's
the
see.
apples. Can I cook the milk?
Be careful, because I had that cure-all and I cooked it and it exploded.
Okay, I'm gonna put the.
It
milk
won't let
in my
you
bag.
join?
What's it say? Does it say
It said-
anything?
so hers said invite out of date, and then she's not getting any invites.
Did she open up the game already, or?
Yeah. Sometime I think we had that. Didn't Gabby also have that issue with one of them too that she got?
Yeah, but that was I thought because I whatchamacallit, I restarted the lobby.
Yeah.
And now my Steam is being weird. It says I'm offline.
Then I'm gonna leave you unmuted so then you can. at
It
least
says
talk
that
to
you're
us.
There we
playing VTube Studio right now.
Yeah, oh, fuck off, man. Okay, hold on.
I'm getting so hungry.
You
Oh,
can
no.
eat, man. Just eat. Just eat. Just eat a marshmallow.
Ghost said it's okay if we play without her.
I wanna
so
save
we
it.
can
No!
little baby.
Bark.
Oh. Elaine said no.
I will close every program on my
Might dip and
computer.
chip in instead.
Okay, now it says
Ghost
peak.
says she's okay. She's drawing and she's chill, and then she might go lay down.
I've got it.
Okay.
I've got a
Wait,
dip
can
for
it-
work now.
Oh, it works now. Ah! Okay, well, it's up to them if they want to play or not.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Shams.
Bye, Shams.
Oh,
Goodbye.
Shams got work.
Yeah,
Shams got
she's got
work?
work.
Shit, we gotta play earlier.
Ghost is gonna
Where
try to
is
join
she?
from you.
Okay, okay.
Didn't work.
Okay.
Okay.
It didn't work.
No, it just keeps saying invites are out of date. So there must be something going on with
I miss my
The peak.
cat.
Mr. Cat, I'm sorry.
I miss my cat. He just wants to sleep on the couch. Why not sleep on my lap?
Okay, Ghost is gonna go watch a movie instead. So it's just
Okay,
the four
I'm
of us.
sorry, Ghost. I'm sorry. Here, let me unmute Discord. I'm sorry, Ghost. Yeah, I
so she's with
downloaded.
her repo.
Yeah, I can hear the Discord. I downloaded like a nice
Okay.
flashlight mod, so hopefully instead of like holding it, you can toggle it and then you can make the brightness more. There's like a
It's
percentage thing.
nice.
Yeah. So. Yes.
I guess I'll
yes.
mute all y'all and.
Okay. I'm sorry,
unmute
Ghost.
her.
Thank you for joining us, though.
Wah.
Yeah.
Fair.
Look, you have a black
Later.
hat and leave you white hair and your dark clothes. Exactly. Why do you think I got a
Oh.
black hat?
All right.
Guess I
Well,
won't mute. Okay, let
go.
me. Oh shit, the fog.
Oh shit!
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yes,
There's
y'all
the
been
fog.
taking forever.
Oh no! Hold on. Get here! Come here! Come here!
We're coming! We're coming!
We have so much extra stuff now.
I know, right? Oh. Excuse me as I try to cook. Dude, I so hungry. I could eat a horse.
Oh my god, horse?
Hell, I could eat a wiener.
Eat a what?
You know what?
No. Oh, I forgot that
Okay,
was
good
the second
study.
map.
Bullshit.
I honestly thought the Roots was the third one.
We've only been on the second
fuck
map.
me.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me, Batman.
Might as well put your checkpoint down now.
Wow!
Possibility of capybaras if it's not an illusion right there.
Capybaras. Oh my god, that'd be crazy.
Wait, where am I? Oh, there it is. Like no clip.
Price of being a fairy was too high. I regret my decisions. Half of the party has left.
They died.
Half the party is gone.
Survival
now we
of the
must
fittest.
survive. Hot, 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 hot.
Hot, hot, hey, we got it.
For the Rebo
Hot
collab
chocolate.
mute, do you think I should fix the mod? Oh my fuck!
Some boy don't stick you out, love. Oh shit, that actually might be capybaras.
Let's
Whoa.
go!
Uh-oh.
Oh shit. No!
Please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't! Please, 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 please! No! Ah! Ah! Ow. Where am I? Okay. I don't know what to do. Oh no, it's coming back. Okay.
Hey, look behind you, look behind you, look behind you, look behind you.
Ooh.
Just push it, push it. Oh wait, your stuff is pretty fun. Here, I'll come to you. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Hot, 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 hot. I just wanted to go to the capybaras. Where are the capybaras? Did I miss them? Oh, are they right there? No, no, please, please! I just want to go to the capybaras! No! Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh, you fucking asshole. Please. Oh, my backpack. I had so much stuff.
I was holding on. What? Oh, it's...
That's bullshit.
I really should have put down the thing, huh?
Hello?
This fucking cactus.
I'm just gonna keep going.
Hey, Mew. Aw. Hey, Gabby.
Fuck. Ow.
Hey, Gabby.
Hi, I'm kind of stuck.
Yeah, the cactuses really fuck us over, huh?
Extremely. It's okay though.
I died.
So the golden ones are yucky. Did I eat the golden ones?
Oh, I didn't know there were
Sad.
different colored ones.
I got whipped into it.
Apparently, I just learned this too. Just
Yeah.
eat one to eat.
I got hit by the
Down.
tornado trying to go to the capybaras, and I got stuck in a cactus when I passed out.
I feel that. Yes. Now our
Oh, you also have a
Lots of
checkpoint. Wow.
switch.
Very big checkpoint run.
yeah. Yeah. Ooh, yes. Okay.
Nice.
Sunscreen. I'm gonna save that. So we're good. It's gonna be nighttime soon.
I
I'm
will
just gonna
be.
focus on moving.
Sounds good. I'll go see where Indie is.
What's this thing? The drink.
Hey guys.
Hi, Lane.
Hey.
Oh,
Gabby's
you
at the
just alive?
crevasse between the two.
I'm on my
Okay.
way. If
I
you
also
tell her
got
to hold
stuck.
on, I have a chain launcher.
Okay. Indie has a chain launcher.
a-
If you want
There's
to
an
wait.
easy spot for the crevasse right here. It's a very easy
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gore.
If you
Oh,
there's
it
a really
uses to
easy
yell.
jump.
Jump!
Yeah,
Wait,
just
wait,
Gore.
Jump,
What?
Go here. There's an easy jump. Go here.
E?
Go here. And then here. Very easy.
There you
Very
go.
simple. Save that chain launcher, gamer.
I got two, gamer.
Gabby, do you
Never
like
seen
repo
it.
with mods?
I'm okay. I don't mind. It's just not when it's too many. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'll see. I'll call some of them. Then. I think I know which ones I want to call. I'll do
Just
that
my
in the
friend,
background.
There's a
My friend
suitcase
is
right next to us.
colorblind, And
Yeah, I know.
When there's like
We're
it's too
kinda
dark,
teamed
she
up
can't
too.
see like anything at all.
Oh, I'm
That
going
one-
around.
that one-
So
I
we at
don't
least do
mind.
like flashlight mods.
That
Oh,
one's
hi,
fine.
Emmy.
I just don't like it when there's too many cosmetic mods, because then I get like, I don't know.
Yeah,
Overstimulated.
that's fair.
What if
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
do? Oh, okay. I'll have a trade with you. What if we do one cosmetic mod and I make you a cosmetic
Amy, I'm gonna be
of your
poking
fairy
at you,
wings
'cause
for
I
your
wanna do
face?
That's
24
yeah.
streams.
I don't mind.
Yeah.
I just don't
Gotcha.
want too many cosmetics. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Too many
fine. No, that's fair.
choices.
That's fair.
It's gonna be fun. You don't have to make me fairy wings. We could do some cosmetics.
Did you? Where'd the
It
suitcase
might have
go?
been a mirage.
It was an illusion.
Damn it!
There's
You
that
can't
one.
have
That one's
anything
definitely
nice.
real.
Yeah, and then
but
we
I
can
don't wanna
poke
waste
you.
time for that.
You live and I poke you. I'll poke you some more.
Also, gamer, I have sunscreen.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So if there's like
Harder?
Sonny could have used that.
Yeah.
I
sorry,
could have
gamer.
used that sunscreen. That would
I
have been
literally
great.
just got it. So, you know,
Well,
cruel-
it's
cruel
kind of a
fate type
skill
shit.
issue for not being able to make a pasta mobile. Or just saying.
All right. All right.
Right, guys, I'm overtaking the
Right.
stream.
Yeah, no.
Watch my new
Ew,
Minecraft
us?
video.
Excuse me.
But yeah, I'll message you, Emmy. We can like plan to do some
What's
stuff
this?
together.
Oh.
That way.
Okay. It works
Think
as a piton.
that way?
This is all you,
Um,
baby.
I also
Oh,
got
Yeah,
a
figure it
baton.
out. You're the man. You're the man.
I
Figure
think
it out.
I think we should go this way. No. To the right.
I could have less of that sass. Thank you very much.
Do something about it then if you want less sass.
You're a ghost.
This is crazy.
I know, right?
Look at all
I have
this.
no opinion. Oh my god. There's like hemorrhoids.
Ugh.
Yeah, actually,
There's a
this is what I'm
suitcase
gonna
up there.
do because I don't trust myself.
Smart move, gamer.
Well,
Smart move.
Ooh, scorpion.
Oh, hi,
Uh-oh.
Mako! Yeah, we're doing some
More
peek. I
sunscreen.
died. I got whipped
More
by a
sunscreen for
tornado
each.
twice and then got hit, stuck in a bunch of cactuses. And the
Whoa,
sun
whoa, whoa.
was on my face.
Stop, do that.
Hey yo.
Okay. Uppy.
This one's cool.
I'm using a Suica head and then the wonderful.
Oh, do you is there any other movies that came out recently that you like, Eileen?
The Superman movie was pretty good. If you've seen that one.
Yes, I love that one. Honestly, I forgot it came out last year.
It came out last year. I only watched it like somewhat recently. When family came
it out
over
in
for Christmas.
2025.
Shit.
Yeah, it's 2026 gamer. Technically, all
Is
these
there
movies
any?
came out
What's
last
your
year.
what's your favorite movie?
Oh, let me get you guys some shoutouts.
Oh, that's difficult. Maybe in genres, I could tell you.
What? Okay, well, let's start. What's your favorite genre?
It's a tie between like I don't know. It's a tie between like horror and like I guess romantic comedies or like romance movies, you know. But I'm really picky.
Fair.
I just like anything with like a good story, you know, when it's well written.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah, I like horror movies a lot, but I also like action and comedy movies.
Yeah, action's really good. I just like ever since like with Marvel, I feel like every single action movie is getting really like identical, so I get really hard to be like immersed. 'Cause it feels
Yeah,
very,
I feel like
samey.
DC's doing pretty good with like the what was it? Thunderbolts? Thunderbolts is pretty good.
I haven't watched that, so I need to.
It's pretty
need to look
good
at it.
actually. I quite like the spin that they take on it. Highly suggest.
Okay. Okay. Then I have to give it a try then sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I just like, I like musicals too. Musicals are really nice.
I'm a little picky on the musicals, but I do like quite a few.
Oh yeah, no, same here. I'm with any movie, I'm picky. Like, there's a lot of like okay movies out there, but like for it to be like good, I get like a little picky with. So I'm just like, oh, yummy.
Oh, that's so strong.
Ow. This way. But yeah, what's your favorite musical then? Let's see yours.
Oh, that's a hard one. It's a tie between like Epic and
Okay.
Heathers, probably.
Ooh, okay. Heather's
What's your
is a
favorite?
really good one. My favorites, it's like a not as well known musical. I like Hello Dolly. That one's a really good like musical movie that came out like a long time ago.
Oh, I'll have to look that one up.
It's very. I like it. I like those movies where like it's the main character like she's very like witty and like very like confident in herself and she's like yeah like I love my personality like she's like people like me, you know, but like in a good way. Like she's so charming, so confident in herself that like people are just drawn to her, and then like it's just like I like those type, and then like she builds up other characters, like those types of musicals I really like. Well, those types of main characters I like another one is like Pride and Prejudice, like Elizabeth Bennet, that type of character. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. It's really good. That was actually me and my partner's like movie was. Can I spray it myself? Whee! Oh, I can. I should have walked through it like parfum. Also, hi Orwell. Welcome in.
Oh
Yeah,
my
so-
god, Orwell. Oh my god. I realize how many people like we both know. This is kind of actually really cool.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. It's like we should collab more.
I bet. I will invite you every Wednesday.
Ow. I'm stuck.
I stuck
Oh.
myself, please. Oh, a big booby. But yeah, it's really good. I like that one, and then also what's the? It's like called like the Great Cyclone of like something. I think.
I have never heard of that one. What's the theme of that one?
Essentially it's this Catholic school that went to this fair.
Mhm.
Second, I need to spritz myself.
Okay.
They went to this fair where they went rid on the Great Cyclone, and they all died in like a tragic accident. And then it's like them and trying to figure out. But the thing is that they all got their souls are all stuck inside of this fortune teller machine. And they're
Oh.
trying to figure out who gets to be reborn and who gets sent to like whatever they get sent to, essentially.
That's cool.
So it's a whole but the reason why it's timed is because there's a rat that's like chewing on the cable of the fortune teller machine. Oh.
Mhm.
Okay, Gabby, don't
Oh,
move.
oh,
Gabby,
oh, oh,
don't move.
oh.
Okay. No.
Oh shit. Oh no, Gabby. Oh.
Come on.
Oh
This
shit.
didn't help me
Oh
with
shit.
shit. Okay, wait. Let's wait. Okay. These have to. Can I get them off of me?
Think you might have to have help. Okay, there you go. There you go. That's
wait.
more. That's more better. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, eat them. The other one's on your head.
If I angle myself right, I can like get some of them off. But yeah, so they all died their own ways. But the main character that like, I really liked is she doesn't ride the cyclone. Yeah. That one's really good. My favorite character, she lost her head on the ride, so she doesn't know who she is.
Oh.
So they just call her Jane Doe the entire time, because obviously, like, again, and like it's really sad because no one could identify her body either.
Okay, Gabby, you're still alive. Hi.
Oh.
You have
Hi,
a
I'm
crown
alive.
on your head.
Yeah, I do. I'm kind of stuck on that.
Yeah, Indy
so-
fell, but he drank a fortified milk as he fell, so he's fine. He's just at the bottom.
I'm like trying to get this like shake this off.
It's Stoke.
It
We're
literally
making
is so stuck
progress.
to your head.
It's gonna come off eventually. It has to.
Right, hopefully.
Because the
Good
thorns
luck with
fade
that.
away. So. Oh! I did it!
Whoa! Let's go. Good job.
Fuck yeah! We are back. Gamers. We're
Epic
back.
gamer.
Epic gamer. Is everyone else dead? Yeah. Everyone else is.
Yup.
Oh,
Yup.
dead.
Everybody else. is dead.
Fuck! No!
Oh.
I
Oh.
got no sniff on me right now. Sniff telling me snug the time
Oh
right now.
no.
Fuck! And I used that stupid medical thing already. Okay, wait. Okay. Yeah, nothing's gonna.
Just kind of shaking there for a second. Okay, Docs.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Did you put down? I mean, you did put down your checkpoint if you die. Just
That
as a
is
thing.
true, but should I die? But
it's
at
up
the
to you, gamer.
bottom.
I can't. I don't think I'm the one.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Oh no.
There's no point anymore.
No.
Munch.
Hello. Not value tracker.
Ooh, and pick.
Hello.
Okay, so hungry. Yeah, this is not good. We will figure this out. Maybe there's an easier way. Actually, the way we went up wasn't
Hello.
that bad.
Oh my.
The only thing that sucks that we have no food. But yeah. What's your favorite horror movie? Since we were talking about that before the cyclone thing.
Ooh. Ooh, that's a hard one. Favorite horror movie.
Okay, you can give like 3.
Good night, Cyrus. Sleep well.
Top 3 horror movies.
I really like the Hellraiser series, to be honest.
That's understandable.
Yeah, but your Cyrus is so sweet. I just read the message he put in chat.
Yeah, I love Cyrus. Cyrus has been around since before I was streaming. They actually were there when
Aww.
yeah.
That's so sweet. They're very nice.
They're amazing. We love Cyrus. We love Cyrus here. They are thebomb.com.
I'm gonna keep trying. I'm helping the guy at Indy, so I'll check back in later. Good luck. Okay, gamer. Gamer, am I stuck?
You look a little stuck.
I am in the devil's anus.
Okay, Hellraiser. Oh fuck, what's another good like horror movie? I love when I'm asked questions. All the items, all things disappear. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Actually, I have a movie list for this. Why don't I just look at that?
Yeah, gamer.
I have an Excel sheet because I got that tism. I got that tism.
That's beautiful.
Fuck.
I just could have just rolled. I think I rolled. Fucked myself. Yep. There I go.
Oh.
There I go.
Oh. Oh no. Hey guys.
If I get over there.
Mr. Jones.
Ah,
That was very well timed.
Hello.
ghost of the past, they haunt me.
Mr. It belongs in a museum.
I think I got it. Some value check. What? What the fuck? Why do I know that?
What?
The noise that Gabby's making. It's like triggering something in my brain. He's going. Oh shit.
Okay, see ya, J Money.
Bye, Jiminy. Wow, you guys mods are so nice. They talk to you guys.
Oh, okay.
Mine don't
so
even talk to
this
me.
is the section where you fell, I think, when you were trying to get across. Right?
Yeah.
But I think you can
Like
use
right
the
there.
beam. Yeah.
If I drop it like right here, will it shoot that way?
Beans are hard to tell. It could, but I would honestly try to throw it up. I was to say I would try to honestly throw it to where it's on the wall, and then it might come out, and then it's a place
Like
you can like plant
Oh,
yourself.
like right here?
No, over here, like where you wanna like climb. No.
Where?
This way. Over here. Like,
Yeah,
actually
you're saying over here, but it's not
over
gonna.
here. And then you can try to climb back over.
I could jump right now.
Do it.
You could. You have the right.
See, look at that.
You want to take the wheel?
I am already.
Yeah, and you crashed.
I did. I am dead. That was like an accident, okay? Because the fucking tornado and stuff. That was not my fault.
Ah, always excuses.
Yeah, it's a good excuse. It's proper.
Huh? What are we talking about?
When she died.
Oh.
God damn it.
Oh, well, GG.
Your foot.
Oh no. Oh.
Hi, Getsuyomi.
I will
Or,
persevere.
sorry, not Getsume.
Checkpoint. Yeah, dog. Yeah,
Nice.
good job.
Oh,
Oh shit, but you
yeah,
got out
yeah,
of it.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
well.
Oh, thank you,
Please,
guys.
there be something in here.
Oh shit, I was supposed to hydrate. I'm sorry, Rainer.
Go hydrate. What else? Yeah, I might be raiding out very soon.
You Gabi. I feel free to like leave whenever if you're tired. I understand that
Yeah.
these collabs are a little
Yeah.
late.
Oh
It's
no.
not, it's not that. It's just like, 'cause I know.
Have a
I know
good
Little
nap.
Man is gonna be. I know Little Man.
Oh
Little
no, look at the
Pancito's gonna be
sleepy
in the
baby.
soon, so yeah, Pancito's gonna be like, I want
No.
you love. I'll be right back, okay?
Okie
Feel like it will let
dokie.
me grab it, but
Chat, make sure you guys behave, okay?
Arson.
oh my
Mew,
god, I hate this.
Yeah.
you know time's better. Shems to go work what time?
6 o'clock. So
He starts work like right now. Like he's at work. So he usually leaves 30 to 40 minutes beforehand. So
Okay, so
around
I was
6:30 or so for you is usually when he'll leave.
okay, and then Indy get off work what time?
Gindi gets off work at 5 p.m. my time, which is when you start streaming. But he's not usually ready until 8 o'clock my time, which is when
Oh,
we
thank
start.
God they left.
Cyrus, thank you for the follow.
Oh,
I
thank
can
you,
get
Cyrus.
ready sooner. It's just sometimes I gotta do stuff.
No, you're
Huh?
not the
That's
no,
okay.
you're not
good.
the issue.
You're
Don't
good.
worry.
I'm
We're
just
good.
trying to schedule things, cause like
Yeah.
what we could technically start earlier, so Shems could play longer, and then we just swap the boys out.
Yeah.
The boys can just swap.
So like say we start at like today we started at 8 for me, we could always start at like 7 or 6 or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that
And then
might.
Oh,
if
shit.
he wants to join Repo, he can join. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you, Silas.
can't
Goodbye.
ow.
Oh, food.
Oh my god, another checkpoint. Please.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the Gabby had a checkpoint too. It's crazy. Everybody getting checkpoints.
This is my third one.
Oh
Yeah, literally.
damn!
Oh shit! I think I see the shelf stream Gabby put up. It's like all the way on the other side to the.
Bye, Cyrus. Thank
Oh.
you for
All the
following,
way
everyone. You're super
distance,
sweet.
yeah.
Hi, Seg.
You're good. Oh.
Mew, what is 4 plus 3? Is that 7? I feel like I'm wrong.
No, that's 7.
It's 6 or 7.
It's 7. Yeah.
Y'all are dead. You all have to sit here and listen. Oh, I
At
thought
work?
it popped. Hmm.
Oh, peace enough. Hi, Seg. Welcome in. Pancito, you can relax on Mama's lap. I'm just.
Hello, Kitty.
Well,
Hello,
then you can get that
Katan.
shelf shroom.
I'm trying to teach him that if he
Mhm.
wants to relax, he can relax on my lap if he wants to. Like that's an option.
That's very nice. My cat knows that, but she's just kind of like,
Where is it
only if
again?
it's my idea.
It's right over here on the. It's like directly.
I feel like that's
Right,
every
yeah,
cat
yeah.
though.
I feel like some cats are kind of like big babies, and they're like if they find a moment of peace, they're like, okay, human, it's time.
It's true. Pancito. I mean, to be fair,
you
Pancito's
might-
only been here for like a week, so
Okay,
so-
I was about to
he's
say,
so
if you go
good
back
at
up there, you
this.
might be able to climb up that arm and then use your shelf shroom or rope cannon.
I could do something really funny.
Oh god. You just end our
Do it.
collab.
Aww.
Stop putting your butt on.
That's how y'all wanted to do it last time. Shoot out a cannon.
It was a good time.
I did place it wrong though.
Can I stay being a ghost so I can just keep petting my cat?
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah, we got it. We still
It
got a little
it
bit.
might
We
be
still
a
not-
little
you're not there
bit
yet.
till we get to the top, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah, I
Not
think we're
because I
only, like,
don't believe in
halfway.
indie, but just because we kind of died in the beginning.
Oh, yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, no,
What's
he's only like
wrong, little
halfway up.
baby?
Ooh, super.
I'm jealous. I wish my cat would come cuddle with me. She's probably in the living room.
Oh, thank God.
No, I had to go. To be fair, I had to go get him from the.
Oh, that's fair.
living room. No, little baby. He went off.
No.
Ah, I don't want that. I want little baby. Come love me. I think he got nervous as he heard the voices from my headset.
Oh, sensitive baby.
Juancito.
I
He
can
gets really
whisper?
scared really easily. No, it's
I'll whisper
okay.
next time.
Which way? Which way? Up or over there?
If you use your rope cannon, you might be able to go up. But yeah.
Like up there?
Yeah,
Who knows?
'cause there's a ledge up there.
Also,
I kind
hi,
of see like the
Sag.
lip of
How you
it.
doing today, hon? Hope you're doing well.
Oh, okay. I thought that was not gonna go further. Oh, I put it at oh, actually, I didn't put it at a bad place.
Yeah, you can jump.
can
got
jump to
that. Yeah, jump, gamer, jump.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, you've been carrying Bing Bong this whole time?
Yep.
That means you haven't died like once, have you?
Dude, I would've
Nope.
ditched it.
Oh, this way has a good potential.
That way?
Yeah.
Gabby,
What happens
do
if
you
die while
have
holding ping pong?
what? What?
Oh, it's like, oh, so you haven't died once, have you?
No, no,
Nope.
he still got that Bing Bong.
If you're able to pull it off, you might be able to go this way.
Oh, can these be eaten?
Yeah, but you're
no.
being
Check.
poison
You'll get
effects.
poison.
I mean,
But
Poison is
works,
temporary
so-
though.
yeah, poison is temporary.
I'll save it.
Yes, even in case you get really hungry, because I'm telling you right now, there's not blood of like food.
Oh, there ain't nothing up here, is there?
There
Yeah,
is.
there's
There's
not.
a ledge.
To your left, yeah.
Awesome.
And it lets
I just
into
don't know if there's
where?
anything up above this.
Oh, I did. Yeah, Pancito's like slowly learning to be comfortable around, like,
Yeah, I think this might
outside
be
from under the bed, so.
Mm. How old is
Still
Pancito?
Pancito's 2 years old.
Oh.
So yeah, he's a grown-up kitty, but he's still like.
There
young.
is the area on the outside. Do you still have more sun spray?
I have one more spritz. Where am I going? Down?
Yeah, go back down. Back to yeah, down there.
Cool.
I'm so scared you almost got that cactus in your face. This way.
Mm-mm.
I feel like you might be able to. Yeah, there's like a ledge in the middle that's shaded right now. You can jump onto that. Ooh, those might be good. Are those good mushrooms?
Yeah.
Those are
These
good.
ones are
Mm.
safe, yeah.
Yummers.
I got no frills.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
I
I
thought you
don't
threw
want
a
it.
good one. I was be like,
uh,
I think go to the right. Yeah. There you go.
Uh.
Okay. Okay. I'm not feeling great, gamers.
Oh no, are you
need to
okay?
go. Are you okay?
It's just tummy issues. Hot girl tummy issues, I think.
Oh, hot girl, tell me. I should understand. Go take care of yourself. You are most important. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you
I'm
need
gonna-
to go, feel free to step away. You know, go
It was nice
take care
having
of
you.
you.
I'm just
Please
gonna-
take care of yourself.
I love
Nice having you here.
gamers. I'm gonna rate you gamers, okay? Don't worry. But I'll talk to you guys later in a clock tick, okay?
Okay.
Okay, see ya, gamer.
I'll
Later.
see you.
Thank you again.
Of course.
There's like so
Step out
many
to the
fruits there.
Step out into the sun for me real quick. Just do it. Trust me. Just step out into the
Why?
sun real quick. Okay. I was wondering if you were high enough if the sun didn't hurt you. But then I like peeked out a little bit and we still got a little bit to go.
Oh, me, we died too early for that.
Yeah. Well, I was trusting. I he was grooving and moving. He got pretty far.
He is grooving. Well, to be fair, he grooving and smoothing
Where
much
at?
more than I
Oh,
am.
this way. There's
You
two
think I can make
suitcases,
that?
like around the corner. Oh yeah, you can make that. There's ledges below you if you drop.
I hope Gabby have fun.
Me too. There's dynamite and scorpions over there, but it's to the left.
Come here, little guy. Come here.
Oh.
Bitch.
Sometimes they'll do it early. That's
You're not
How
gonna
long
get
does it
those
take?
chests, dog?
it will go down.
There's
eventually.
dynamite there. I won't be able to reach it.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit! You're dying.
Ooh.
Oh shit! You're
Yeah, yeah.
We will continue the peakening. I hope your tummy feels better. I'm sorry that it hurts.
Feel better.
Yes, feel better, please. Hot girl tummy issues. Love you, gamer. Love you, gamer. Oh my god, I had tummy issues today too. Actually, on God, my stomach hurt this morning. I don't know why. I didn't eat
Aw,
anything
sorry.
bad. It's just like it was just cramp. I think it's because it's been so cold
Yeah.
that my body was just like, I
Oh.
don't know why Indy decided to pick up that he could just go
Yeah, you could
to the
just take
Do you
luggage,
want-
see if there's
Hey,
poison.
Hey, do you
antidotes.
wanna be alive
I do
and
wanna
do
play.
it?
I do want to be alive and do it. Actually, could you revive me, God? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Ooh, cookies and balloon. Ooh, more spray. You might not be able to grab the cookies because there is a glitch if they do spawn on top of each other. You might not be able to grab both.
Got it.
Oh, he did it.
Got it. Let's go. Because he
Damn.
knows how to grab them thick things.
Mhm.
Damn.
Got an umbrella, but I don't know if that'll be useful now.
Nah.
That one was old anyways.
Yeah, I would say eat your mushroom so then it gets rid of some of that hunger. There you go, and you should be set now. At least
I'm sorry for
enough to be
backseat
able
gaming.
to-
I realized I was backseat gaming. I'm sorry.
You're good, you're good.
I've been doing it this whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, you're his thickums. I think that doesn't count.
I missed the
Mm.
cookies.
You're good. Just I'm concentrating.
I'm just. I want you to know,
I think
even though this is gonna sound opposite of what I say, there is no pressure. If you die, it's cool. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait, does Indy also play Marvel Rivals?
Yeah,
Yep.
he's who I play with.
I
He's
finally got
he's
her
what
to
they call
play
a
it.
Duo. Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, I'll download. Oh, I can't. Oh, if I tell my best friend Body that I play this game, he's gonna suck. He's gonna be so
Mooney
mad
plays
because
it.
the last time I talked to him, he's like, "Hey, Elaine, can I get you to play Marvel Rivals?" And I was like, "No." He's like, "Can I get you to play Marvel Rivals tomorrow?" I was like, "No." And then he's like, "What about on your birthday?" I'm like, "Why would you do that to me on my birthday?" But like literally everybody I know plays it, and I want to play more games with everybody. So I guess.
I say do it. I say get Marvel Rebels. Because it's free to download it, and there's enough in-game currency opportunities that you can buy skins and stuff. And I'm sure if you
Yeah.
sweet talk,
Unlike
you know what you should
Overwatch.
do? You know what you should do? Finesse Body. Be like, hey, I'll get Marvel Rivals if you buy me like a skin.
Oh my god, I have to uninstall. Wait, well, it won't tell them that. It doesn't tell your Steam friends that you install it, right?
No, it
No.
doesn't tell them if.
All right, we're about to
install it,
finesse.
like,
Chat,
play
don't
it.
tell them. Shadow, if you're
If you
here,
do-
don't tell them.
If you do look at it, what?
You're good. No, you're good. You're good. You went where I wanted you to go. You're good. But yeah, like download it maybe, and then like maybe see what characters you might like, or look at the skins, and then just be like, I'll play it if you.
Dude, I don't know what the abilities are, but is it Rogue, the one that like gets the
Yeah.
one? I saw you playing her the other day. It was really
Yeah, she's a tank or vanguard, so she's frontline, punching people in the face. Then you got the duelist, who can also be in the front or in the back. Oh, there's a suitcase like right here. And then you have the strategists, who are the healers, but you can still like kill and do damage with
Which
them.
one is
Hell
like
yeah.
the support? I like playing support
That's
or
strategist.
tanky classes.
That's strategist.
Okay.
There's a lot of good
Oh my
healers.
god, the
There's a
Lady
lot of
Loki
good-
skin. Oh fuck, I forgot.
I have that. It came out in like at 3.
You best
it came
hurry and
out at,
grab
like,
it.
Okay, hold on. I
Oh,
gotta
yeah,
DM my
it is
friend
a
and be
timed
like, hey,
one.
if you really want me to play, you buy me that Lady Loki skin, I'll play it.
Hmm.
And I'll commit.
Hi Gore! Oh my god, what is this model?
Hi, Gore!
Oh, thank you. Oh. It's a Suika head, and then the outfit is like a model outfit asset. And Indy bought them both for me. Funny enough. I think, Indy, if you go back that way that you just came from, I think you'll be fine. I think there's perfect ways up
I
that way.
couldn't reach it. I ran out of
Going
stamina.
around? No, this way. Like, just across
Oh,
it.
okay.
Like, going around and across, yeah.
The
Oh,
sun
Mew,
should not
actually-
be damaging me at this point. That's kind of messed up. I'm right there.
Yeah, I think, yeah,
I
you're
don't know
so
if that
close.
works. I hope that works. Hey, Mia, if you want, because
Oh
I'm
my
in
God.
Chunky Model, we could do the VTuber collab thing.
Ah!
Oh,
He's
you're
smart. He drank his
fine!
milk. He drank his milk. He was smart. Oh my god.
What a smart, brave boy. Oh, I clicked the... this
What was
button?
that, Elaine, about chunky models?
I'm in Chunky Model because I'm worried because like my normal model has like so much on it that I really don't want it to lag anybody's computer. But I'm in Chunky
Yeah.
Model if you wanted to
I'm
try
tired of this boss.
the VTuber collab thing.
Why did y'all have to die so early?
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Should I go ahead and use
Try
this
that. What is that?
medkit?
Yeah, yes, please. Oh my god, yeah, use the medkit.
Wait, where's Mew?
Fuck, man.
Where's wife?
Oh, I scrolled right past you. I'm dumb. Okay.
Okay. Question mark? I did some stuff. I don't know if it worked or not.
Let me see. I honestly, every time I use this, I forget how to do it.
I have you in my guest slot, but I don't know.
It says that you're offline, I think.
Which way to go? Hey, which way should I go?
Which way?
If you're able to go around those balls, I would say try going around those and going up that way. Good job. Yeah, for me, let's see. Okay, for me, I kicked you. Quick clap. I've joined one before.
Yeah, and I forget how. I feel like there's an extra button you have to click, and I never remember what it is.
Okay, hold on.
Because I think you have to be. I don't know. I don't remember the online button. Hi, Osho!
I should be online.
Hold on, let me... Do you want to host it?
I'm trying to figure that out. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
So you're still... Oh,
So instead of
fuck!
going that way, is there a way this way, Indy?
Thank
I
you,
don't know.
Osho. I forgot.
Oh, you have that. Use your shelf mushroom. Put it like right above you, so then you have a little bit more space.
Yeah, you're actually really close to the top, if that makes you feel any better.
Yeah, you're really close.
I was twice.
Oh yeah, see, look.
I meant to tell you that earlier, but it's okay. We're just having a good time. We're just having a good time.
There you go. You're doing good. You're doing good. Yeah, I think you... So you click host, and then you set a password, and then the name for your thing. And then I think I can just, like, look it up.
Okay. And then... Okay, and then...
Because my friend Gemini did it. So I just barely remember how to do it.
You're so close.
We have to have a password?
I think so. When I was trying it, I just said Elaine and Miyu as one word. I see the smoke. You did it. You did it.
Mhm.
You did it.
Woo!
Thank
Good
God.
job.
Yeah, I'm so proud of you.
Y'all do not die at the beginning of the
I'm
map.
sorry, I'm sorry. We're sorry.
Sir. I'm so.
I'm
sorry,
sorry, but
Papa,
only
you
half as
did
sorry
it.
as Miyu.
Yeah, only half as sorry as you.
Man,
I'm sorry, Poppy.
come here.
I'm gonna take this wiener.
I'm here, I'm here, I'm here.
The opportunity to do the funniest thing possible. What is it for? What is the funniest thing possible we could do?
I
Oh,
could
die.
jump and die and make y'all do it. Yeah,
You totally could.
I was
You want to figure
contemplating
out
it.
the collab thing really quick?
Oh yeah. Let's figure out the club. Thank you really quick.
Okay. I think I invited you.
All right, hold on.
You have to set yourself as session host. Okay. Am I not the session host? You have to add Steam friends to your first. Okay. So I will invite you. The password, I'll send it to you in Discord.
Okay.
Host.
And what's the name of your thing?
It's just my name, Elaine.
Okay.
I want a pretty woman on my screen.
We should be connecting. I think it's connecting now. I think it's loading us in. Yeah, there we go. I saw you.
Yay! I think it's waiting to upload the stuff. Hold on, I can hide BLT on them. BLT, go take a nap.
Bring your model to the front.
BLT, go. Okay,
Do you want to move? I forgot how it is to move your model.
There we
I
go.
forgot how to move you.
It's okay. I can move her like on my end.
Yeah, but I can move. So we have the. Oh yeah, there you are. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I have to change it to the. I see you.
Okay. You control position. Okay. Wait.
Here, I'm gonna sit on my
Wait.
chat box. There we go.
Wait, how do I... If I move you, it doesn't move the item that you're attached to.
Yeah, I think I can. I have to move myself. Do you need me to move?
Won't that move you for you, though?
Yeah.
That's fine. I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. We'll just do it like this. And
I'm just
then
sitting
I'll
on
just
my
make...
chat. That's all.
I might just.
Oh, there we go.
I might just sit
Okay.
on the couch there. There we
There
go.
we go. Okay.
Okay.
So let me move in.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I really wanted to do this with you, but like I said, the big model. I feel bad.
There we go. Okay. Hey, look everybody, we're here.
Yippee! All right.
Ah, her head.
Ready? Let's
didn't even
jump.
miss.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, I
it's
didn't
just
grab
straight
a.
down.
I didn't. Oh, a backpack. I didn't grab a marshmallow. I think I don't remember. Oh my god, pretty Komodo. I know. I don't remember. It's fine.
Okay.
I'm presume my.
Indy left us. Indy! Oh, I see him.
There you are. Okay.
Coming.
Next time we'll set it up so then you're like in my lap.
Yeah. I want to see if I can. Oh, I don't know how Shems did it. That one time where he just ran across the bottom. I feel like he had like
Yeah,
sunscreen
you
or
can run
something.
across the bottom as long as there's no lava. So like the way it looks like right now, you could run across it.
Okay, okay.
But the
Oh, my
lava's
game lag.
rising now.
Oh, there's lava. Oh, up. Okay.
Uh-oh. Oh no. I would have fell into the lava.
Spicy rock.
I risked damaging my toes, but I was fine.
Yeah, you're peak. You're pro. It's no sweat.
Yeah. Also, thank you, Star, for saying my kimono's pretty.
This is very pretty.
I gotta keep flexing the Indy bought it for me.
I was literally looking at outfits, and then I was showing the some of them to Indy because he was asking about it. Because he was just like, oh, like the outfits like move onto your body, and I was like, yeah, here, let me show you these ones. And he was like, are you thinking about getting some? And I was like, yeah, I was thinking about it. I wasn't sure which ones I'd wanted to get, and then he sent me because he could see how much they were online, so he sent me money to get 2.
So nice. If you want, I have one that I'll never use because my model can't use outfits.
Oh, I'm sorry, your model can't use outfits.
It's okay. It's just the range of motion for my models is too
Let's
big.
go this way.
Okay.
But yeah, if you don't mind, I'd love to.
Yeah.
Then that means I could be pretty. It's like I raided your closet.
Yeah, it's like a business lady outfit kinda.
Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about. I think I remember you showing me.
Yeah, I think I tried to do it for Halloween and then my model was just like, and I was like, okay, alright.
You're like, oh, okay, I guess.
That was an egg.
Oh yeah. Oh, let's go this way.
Oh.
And then there's egg. It's blind.
Be careful, the
But
lava is
I've
right
liked having my like outfits so much that I've been thinking about getting more.
No, that's so fair. Hey.
You take this one.
I dropped an egg.
Aww,
It broke, but then it broke and then no clipped into the lava.
Aww. Can you help pull me up? Thank you.
Where's the? Oh, here.
There she is.
Thank you.
Aww.
Wait, there's an egg right here. Can you guys see this egg?
No, I can't see it. Hell yeah! You got his
Oh.
number egg.
I got the egg. Almost
Oh,
there.
nice.
Yeah, not with
sometimes
my
it'll
help.
glitch.
Indy did all the work, to be fair. We kind of died in the
Good
beginning.
job.
He cracked the egg for you is all.
I mean, I couldn't use it.
Yeah. You're almost there? Yeah! Indy had to carry us through the mesa. Because we died.
Yep. Listen, that tornado came after our assholes. I did this. I fucked
I
up.
got flung right into a cactus twice.
I just wanted to see the capybaras.
Yeah. But Ghost, your art's really pretty. I saw it.
Ghost's really pretty. Ha, got him.
Got him. But yeah, I have this outfit. Oh yeah, I showed you. I had the mermaid one. Yeah, I showed you.
Yeah, the mermaid. The mermaid's so sick.
It is.
Yeah,
I'm so
there's
happy.
also I don't know if it's the same artist for the business outfit as like these other ones that I know of, but Hozoshi, I'll send it to you later. Makes a lot of like those like outfit stuff, and like and they're like not that expensive, I don't think. And like they have two versions, one that's like already colored, and then one where you can color it whatever you want and it has extra accessories.
Ooh. Yeah, the one thing I haven't learned to be able to do is to be able to like take off like toggle stuff, because there's some outfit variations you can get where you can like toggle like the boob size. But I haven't been able to learn how to do that yet.
I think that would be in the expression editor.
Expression editor? Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's like on the... Is it the last tab?
Maybe, yeah, expression editor, yeah.
Yeah, last tab, expression editor. And then there should be like some presets in there that will be like boob or like, sometimes you can like change patterns of stuff. And they'll have them
Okay.
preset in there. All of us getting up here all up at the same time. Indy probably got here first and then jumped back down and then probably rejoined us. But you know, that's not the point.
I was over there. I got burnt because I almost fell in the lava, so I had to wait.
Aww,
Fair.
poor thing.
I'm so got right now. Well,
Super fine people, you're cute. Or pretty.
We're the skeleton crew. Our bones we rattle, cause we're the skeleton crew.
There he is.
And we made it, and we'll get the special item. Oh my goodness.
I know. This is honestly
This is stupid.
section.
I opened one box, so I was like, I'll just open one before they all get here.
need
That
See
don't
what's
matter to me.
Look at what's in there.
Not the double cannons. Fuck off.
Yep. Don't. Oh!
Granola.
Mew.
Oh! Oh! Poor Lane.
I
What?
couldn't resist. Oh, what?
Ha!
Huh.
Good.
You're welcome.
This is what you get. Could have waited till I woke up, and you
I
didn't.
helped you. I helped
Helped
you.
me.
You're
I would
welcome.
have wakened. I would have woke up. You put me to sleep.
Yeah, I woke you up. I woke you up myself.
You guys are so silly.
Could have gotten a cool item out of that. You wasted it.
Okay, I got thick mint, and I got a baton, and I got bandage.
Oi. Need this lollipop.
Lollipop.
Hmm?
You had a lollipop.
I did. And now I'm gonna go sleepy.
Elaine, have you ever heard of the show Chobits? And it's an anime. It's an old anime.
I have heard of it, but I've never watched it.
Okay, so it's about these like cute, you know, robotic girls. And I saw on Etsy there's a hair accessory that lets you have Chobits ears. And it's so cute. I'm like, oh, 10
Aww. That's so cute. Okay, well maybe I'll have to check
Why
it
is my
out then.
fucking- Yeah, the webcam keeps moving. Yeah, Chobits is so adorable. The opening song for it's really cute.
I'll have to check it out.
It's one of those, definitely, it's like, because the Chobits are like robotic aliens, technically. And it's one of those with the guy, like, finds her And so but it's like,
Huh?
it is a romance. We all get wieners!
Susags. Alright, let's go. I can also cook my egg.
I cook my pigments. I forgot to give you a backpack over here.
And then last time when I pulled through, we crashed right here.
Oh, that's right. We should be
We
fine.
got this.
If I had a nickel for every time that I had to pull through for us, I'd have 2
Listen, just be a little more dangerous. And then you won't, because you'll probably die. And then
Yeah.
that baton will be passed to someone else.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Because I feel like that's how it was when I first played Peak with Miyu. She was, like, quite careful. And now you're not
Yeah.
as careful because you got Indie. And so...
Who asked you
Almost
to do
because
that?
I got Indy. Okay, it's because I got Indy.
Maybe we go this way.
Was it
I've
what?
taught him how to play. He's a lot better than he used to be. Yeah, I would say go this way.
Every time I see this little thing, I think it's like a little face.
Maybe this way.
But it's a texture seam.
It's hard to tell which way to go, but I'm thinking this way in the middle.
Oops, okay.
Wife, we're gonna go middle.
Okay!
Okay.
I think
Oh.
more routes the merrier, you know?
Yeah.
I like how every time I do jump like that, it freaks you out.
Well, because I'm scared. I'm like, am I gonna make that jump?
Probably not. Oh god.
You
Please
did.
help pull me up. Please come pull me up. Never
I
mind.
literally love all of Clamp's works. Is that like the producer or like creator of those shows?
You have so much extra stamina. I'm looking at your screen right now.
I like to hoard it. You never know when you're gonna need it.
Uh-oh. I've made an oopsie. That's okay. Oh, nope, we're good. Just need to be patient.
Where are you, Meteor?
I'm right here.
I don't think I can make this. I have to go around. Is the way... Oh! That's much scarier in the normal Peak.
There might be a ton up here. I don't know if there's a way. There's
I'm trying.
Is the way up for you guys look hospitable?
No.
no.
Ow.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna put a picture on here.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna be brave.
There is a ledge. I can definitely reach it with my extra, and then I might be able to pull you over.
Oh, get off. Okay. Maybe instead of going up, I could go there. What do you think, chat?
That way?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a link.
Sorry.
I'm watching a link.
Ugh.
Yeah, you're good.
Your finger made me nervous! Asshole.
Not the first time I've heard that.
I don't want to play anymore.
Jump. Jump. Jump.
No, shut
The
up.
lava ate
Shut
right
up.
in.
I have to eat my egg now.
Where is she? Oh, she's down there. Oh.
It's like a little ledge here. Oh my god. This is all Indy's fault.
Wall.
Oh, hey, suitcase. Oh, that's messed up. Another fucking cannon.
What the fuck?
Here's a granola bar if you need it.
I can hold on.
I found it. 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 Stop being griefed right now. Okay, well, if me,
Wow.
I get special privilege.
Hypocrisy.
well, yeah, a little bit.
Where?
Okay, you can kind of walk over here. Oh, hey! Hi!
Hey. Our paths converge.
Yeah! Yeah, if you're able to walk across, we can help you up.
I was a little impatient. Shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, just come this way.
That way?
Yeah, I think that way.
Oh, it's easy jump.
Yeah. You can jump from like right down here.
Watch out.
Oh,
Oh, let's go.
there you go.
There's a little ledge up here where I'm at.
Okay. Yeah, see,
Okay.
I used to have to lead him. Yeah, you're good. You got it. I used to have to lead him, and now I just follow him mostly. He's got it.
Yeah, I remember. It was
Most
a
of
lot
the
of
time I
work, a
died
lot of
here.
patience.
Yeah, but you paid attention. You learned. You focused.
Mm-hmm.
Where do I go?
I think this is the first time I've made it to the peak in a collab in a hot second. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, there's a piton. There's a rope cannon and a water bottle. Does anybody need some water?
It gives you extra stamina.
Yeah, but does anybody else want it?
I
You
got
don't
a
have
pretty,
any, take
pretty
it.
decent amount. Yeah. I got a pretty decent amount. I'm good. You can use it. There's another.
Thank you, though.
Maybe this way? Oh, I should probably wait for my stamina. I was getting too antsy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you can
Wait,
eat
there's a
thick
chest
mints
over there.
multiple times?
Yeah.
Yeah, thick mints have multiple charges.
I've never had thick mints.
Oh.
Because I would always die by the time I get them.
Damn.
There's like one spot like right here. But I
Hopefully you can
accidentally
move.
stepped over- I can move.
I can't. Oh
No,
shit.
this is not a good way.
Oh.
I don't have anything in my backpack.
This. I have a
I
piton.
just fell.
Oh, what do you mean?
Oh, how far? Oh, I see him. Are you hurt?
Very much.
Okay. Hold on.
You want a rope cannon?
If you can shoot it somewhere, yeah.
Okay, I'm coming. Ooh.
Where are you?
Rock.
I see you. You're right here. Wait. Yeah, you're right here. I see you.
Most of my HP is damage.
Miyu, do you want the piton and the rope cannon?
Hello.
Oh,
Thank you. That helps a lot.
Okay, you have infants too. Okay. Oh, hey. Oh, thank you. I'll take those. Yeah. Oh, we can
Yeah.
use this for that one place I went up.
What? Oh, the rope.
Yeah, she gave me a rope cannon and a baton.
You had that the whole time?
I said I picked it up when I opened the white chest, guys. I don't know what he wanted from me.
I heard the water. I heard the water.
That's true.
Okay,
We were a little far
fair.
away.
I did harp on the water more than the rest of it.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. So wait. What's this
You're gonna
over here?
shoot the taint.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try going up this way,
Mm-hmm.
and then put the piton up here. Okay.
Okay. Do you need a boost? Okay.
Thank you.
Hmm?
Okay. Oh, there's like a little ledge right here. Okay.
Come in.
It's like the tiniest little ledge, and then you're gonna go directly to the left. Okay.
Okie dokie. There you go.
There you go. Good. Good. Good job.
There's a chest, and I kind of want it.
There you go.
I'm gonna get it.
Okay, let me get the rope cannon now.
Oh, God, Jesus.
Okay.
Probably walk
how's
on
your-
that a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we can walk on this, there's a ledge here, and we get to there. I also have that rope cannon too, if we need it.
I'll definitely wait till you're up.
Oh, God damn it, another cannon. But I got a balloon.
Dude, what's with all the cannon?
I don't know. Not gonna lie, jumping across wasn't bad.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. From what oh, there's another one.
You could also go behind and go that way if you wanted, but it might be more risky.
Yeah,
There's a suitcase right
I
there
think
too.
this way looks really good.
Oh, Suki's there. I'll let you guys get them. Get me up there.
It's on.
Hey, piton.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, okay. Might be a little hungry, chat.
What are you
Ugh.
doing over there?
Oh no.
Wait.
We have a rope cannon that could reach. I guess the boom might help a little bit.
Wait, why didn't I wait for my
Wait,
stamina to
cannon
recharge?
won't reach her, not gonna lie. I think
Oh, don't mind me. I'll be there eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, I say do that.
Oh fuck. 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 Wait. I think I'm gonna go back around.
Oh.
Unless no.
It was making me grab your hand and not the ledge.
Yeah, that's why I let go. I realized what was
I'll throw
happening.
this backpack away.
Unless...
Unless I wrote a shotgun or cannon.
Parachute?
I think she's gonna try to use the cannon.
I'm not gonna. I don't want to die yet.
Okay. Okay.
I could have carried it, I guess.
Hi.
Hi.
When I jumped down, it made me let go of my cue. I was gonna throw it at her. It
Yeah,
wouldn't have
jump
done
like
anything,
onto like this rock somewhere. Yeah,
Yeah, you
there
got
you
it.
go. And when you're up, I put a rope cannon, a rope here.
though. There's a little ledge right here.
Okay.
Whoa. Shot me across.
Come on, Elaine.
Come on, Elaine.
I'm coming.
Oh, she's very hungry.
Oh, I have thickness.
I could do more art, so it's like.
No, keep grabbing.
Sorry. It's okay. I'm sorry. I panicked. I'm sorry. I panicked.
Take that. Walk in.
No, I'm great.
Eat her some
We got
thickness.
thick mitts, yeah. We both got thick mitts.
When it becomes.
I ate all mine.
There you go. Okay, well I got a bite of thick mitts left. Then I gave one to a name.
Man, that makes me want to eat like some like chocolate mints.
Yeah.
Are there mint flavored Oreos?
Yeah,
Probably.
there are. You good, Elaine?
Oh, there you are.
Yes, I'm coming. Sorry, I'm being asked what time I want to play Valheim later, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm playing Peak.
All we think about is peak.
All I think about is getting to the top, because I never get to the top.
Yeah.
Never get to be on top.
I wonder if everyone gets the cosmetics for one of us doing the achievements for certain things. I know
I
it
don't think
happens
so.
sometimes.
Yeah, it depends on the achievement.
I actually don't know
Like-
what achievements do that.
The one with the witch doctor one, I think.
Which one? How do you get that one?
Oh, that's
I
the
don't-
plague one.
Getting across the routes with only getting like I think it's like 20% or 10%.
I thought that was like per person.
It is. There was one when I went, I don't know if it was a glitch or not, but when I went airborne, it gave everybody else who didn't have the airborne
Yeah.
achievement the achievement.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah.
Why? What achievement are you trying to get this on? Are you doing the Bing Bong to the end?
Is there an
oh,
achievement
yeah.
for Bing Bong?
Yeah, there's
I
an
thought that was
achievement
golden
if you get
one.
Bing Bong. No, it's for both. If you get both Bing Bongs.
Yeah, there's
there's
two different
one
hats. There's
just
the propeller
specifically-
hat, and then there's the beanie.
Yeah. Yeah, so propeller hat you get for bringing Bing Bong across, and that gives it to everybody. And then you have golden Bing Bong, which does that as well.
Oh, I already have the propeller hat though.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the
Aw.
achievement you get from it, yeah.
Yeah. I
We
want
gotta
to
get
find
golden Bing
the
Bong one
useless
day.
orb.
Okay.
Get the useless orb. I'll drop a rope down from the back.
Yeah, I don't know how Pancake was able to find that golden Bing Bong just like right off the bat in the mesa. That was fucking crazy.
That was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
A tornado plopped me down in front of the one when I had found it.
Oh. Now I'm Mary Poppins. Whee!
I'm the real prize.
You are.
There. Let me out of here.
Woo! Hiya! If I jumped off this mountain, do you think I'd still what do you think would
Yeah.
come first, the helicopter or me falling off?
Well, helicopters are already here. Bye bye.
I got 7 seconds. Oh, it didn't
No.
work. It didn't work. I just slid down the side of the mountain.
Yippee.
Yay, we made it. Huzzah!
I hate it here.
Oh.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Indy, for carrying.
I have not died once.
No, you didn't. Look at
Oh,
you.
shit.
Just constant.
proud of you.
Is there what the? I got a new. The eyeball? What's the eyeball do?
I don't know. Sometimes they don't tell you what you get, why you get them unless you think.
Oh shit, I'm trying to
No, I got
remember.
one
It's the
for
third eye,
bag
isn't it?
I got one for taking or protecting myself from over 100 damage with the milk when I fell.
I think it's the eyeball, the third eye one.
Yeah. You get a third eye.
It must be fairy princess.
Lindsay, please.
Oh, you got it.
Oh, you got it! Yay! Jesus. For me, Andy like phased through the elevator door because he just wanted out so bad. It might be around the bottom.
Or the second page.
Oh no, it's not an actual eyeball. I don't think. I think it's like an accessory. So you have to go to like the accessories. I think. There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, it's the third eye. There you go. My pretty
And I think it
princess.
matches whatever eye you put on.
Yeah, it does. It's pretty cool.
I knew it. You think that bothers me?
So realistic. Staring into my soul.
We've
My life is-
we dwindled down to a trio, but I still have.
we
to
were
We
dwindled
lost them.
down a
We
bit.
had to eat.
We sacrificed about
We had to eat
like
half of
3
them.
lives for this, but yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't
Yeah.
even hungry. I just felt like eating them.
Damn.
He just likes chaos.
You can't wear glasses with it.
No, because it's this accessory. I'm a sleeping mermaid.
Well, thank you guys for playing with me and sticking through it.
You.
Means a lot.
I love being able to do our little Wednesday fun.
Yeah, honestly, it's just it's nice consistency just to have friends to play with, because like sometimes I'm just like I don't wanna, and then like the day comes around and I'm like, oh, I wanna. Oh my god, I have friends.
And now we'll have repo next week.
Yeah, we'll have repo next week, and I think I got the mods all set up. I was doing it when I was dying. I was because the old one was like 40 mods, but Gabby was like, I don't want too many cosmetics, which is completely fair.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I just
like
kept
I don't like it
them-
when it's too many like quality of life ones that kind of.
Do you
cheesy,
have
You know?
the rolling giant mod?
Excuse me?
Look up the rolling giant mod for repo.
Okay.
Wait, no, that's Lethal Company. My bad.
Okay,
Damn.
I was gonna
Yeah, I was
say,
like, what the
what?
I keep mixing up all these fucking.
That's okay. We'll play
$5
we'll play
party
Lethal
games.
Company the week after next week. Easy.
Ooh, I was gonna say yeah. Let's play Lethal Company. I haven't played it. That one I don't mind if it has still like too many mods. I don't really care.
Yeah, because that one I feel like is more like open world, so it's kind of like whatever. Whereas like repo is
When I
more
jump, it looks like I'm Foxy.
But yeah,
I see, baby.
if you want, I can send like you the list, and then if you think anything is like maybe we don't need that, you can let me know.
Yeah, I'd love to.
But it went from 40 to 20 like 5, so it's.
Oh, good. Yeah.
But
The
Just
only
look
ones,
up the rolling
honestly,
giant though.
We will. The only ones I care about are just the ones that will help ghosts. Because I'm good with even just vanilla repo, honestly.
fair.
But
That's
at
fair.
least
I
have
like
one
the
that gives
dead
you more
stuff, like when you're
maps.
dead, that you can like
Sure.
like roll
Yeah.
around and stuff.
Yeah.
I would say look for one that like makes the map larger, because when I played regular, I've had issues where it's like just a few rooms.
Yeah.
I do
Fair.
have ones that add I have like what is it? There's ones that add like 2 more maps, and they're pretty, I think they're decently sized.
Did one that put us
Okay.
in the Family Guy living room.
But
But like
yeah,
it was
I'll
giant
put it in the
size.
round table and I'll at you guys, and then you guys can like look it over, and if you want to add anything, like let me know.
Yeah,
Right.
sounds good.
Alrighty. Alright, I'm gonna go take a little breaky and do some art. Thank you guys again for joining me.
No,
I'm
thank
excited
you. Yeah, I'm gonna
for
say
next
goodbye.
week.
I might come raid you.
Yep, sounds good. I'm gonna go bathroom though, so maybe chat for a second.
Yeah.
Okay. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Later.
All right. As you know, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick and stuff and things, and I will be back in a second. I love you guys very much. Enjoy the music. Open the door, POV, I'm at your door. Open the door. raid. Welcome, raiders. I'm sorry, you might have stepped away, but welcome on in. Welcome on in. Okay, hold on. I gotta be in a location. Actually, I can go back to normal now, huh? I didn't think about it. I hope you're all doing well. I was thinking of ending stream, but I wanna... Huh? Oh. I forgot I changed it so that way I can say with me. Also, why is it like that? Good, no end. Yeah, I want to do a little bit of art. I want to stream for another hour. But I have a question. It's like cut off at the bottom. That's fine. Just leave it. Why is it like that? Is that just how it's gonna be? Hi there, I have an answer. An answer? VTube Studio. I think bottom. Right. Yeah, how what? Slock what you don't want to move. I guess that makes sense, but not really. I just saw Miu's message. It was working before. Set up your VTube resolution. How do I change the resolution on my VTube Studio? Is that a thing? Can you do that? Hide. I know it's not that you're the most relatable streamer with me, but he asked. But you said you have a question which is yet to be asked. Huh? I'm sorry. I'm a bit confused. Oh. I don't know what the resolution of my monitor is. Me too. Oh, okay. Well, I hope that no matter what the question is, I hope that you're having a good day. 1440. Set resolution. Okay, I'm no longer cropped. There we go. Oops. Now we can be confused bros. No hoes, only shovels. Let's go. There we go. Alright. Chemical. Oh shit, I was supposed to send the code to the homies. Select game. Break my heart. There's code. I forgot I'm still in Discord. Oh. Okay. Shotgun shovels like scary movie. Shotgun shovels like scary movies. That does sound very spooky. That does sound very spooky. Okay, let's go to art. Done. Okay, let me change the music. Oh, starting off with a banger. Okay, we had D&D. Please tell me you've seen that. Smile is all I can offer. A smile is all I can offer you. 180 by 180. this? Oh. Oh. Yeah, I think I've only seen like I haven't seen all the honestly, I haven't seen all the I want to say typical scary movies. I've only seen like Hellraiser, Freddy Krueger, the Nightmare on Elm Street. But yeah, I haven't seen scary movie though. You should look it up when you have a minute. Shotgun shovels. I'll look it up right now. Shotgun shovels scary movie. Scary movie is the name of the movie. It's a parody movie. Yeah, I haven't seen it. It's a comedy, not that scary. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. It has so many famous. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? You can see the shell's casting wasn't a CGI. It was a practical effect. The shovel legit opens with a spring-loaded action when the metal connects to the wood. Brilliant. What? A shovel head going up and back down. That's dedication to a small joke. That's crazy. I love that. I need to write that. I want to make that a thing now. I want a 3D model shovel shotgun. Okay. That's fucking insane. I love that though. I don't know if I want to do... I think I kind of cucked us here a little bit. Because I wanted to do icon apps. But if I were to fit 3, it would be too short. Unless I spaced it out more. But I feel like it's an awkward amount of space. You know? Or like maybe... all the way from me. I don't know. It's not that one. Is it in here? It's not. Always too short, main. Don't worry. We can always pick you up or use a stool. Fair? Fair. Okay, I want to redo this real quick. Take me to the beach. Business. Do it like this. And the mountains. Oh. Only short board that isn't angry 24/7. That's fair. I mean, I don't know. I don't like being angry. I may get a little triggered, but I don't usually get that angry. Take me to the beach. I got nothing to be angry about, you know? These are examples. I'm kidding. I don't know if you're actually short or not. How tall am I? I'm 5'2.5". Yeah, there you go. 5'2.5". So it's up to you. Some people call me short. I don't think I'm not short though. Credit just next. Okay. My sister is still shorter. That doesn't mean I'm not short by your means, though. No. I could still be short in your eyes. Okay. I'm gonna hide this one for now. Friends, no, not anymore. This one here. Huh? Everyone is shorter than me, pretty much, standing at 6'1". That's fair. That is fair. I feel like the percentage when you go from like 5'8" to 6'1" goes down quite a bit. So that is fair. Okay, there we go. And then let's go. There we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that looks good to me. And then what's next? Rules and the chat commands. Dracula. Oh, okay. All right. Credits. Chat command. Rules. And the About Me panel? Yeah, About Me panel over here. Okay. Now I'm finding a Dami mommy taller than me would kill me. Not because I'd be like, oh fuck. More like my heart would explode if I got within, if they got fair? That's I've never really met someone who wants someone taller than them. Most people like people shorter than them. Or most guys do, at least, I think. Do one more. Sorry if this blinds you guys. I don't mean it to. I need this to line up and I need to test it and I can't really see what the background that we have. Alright, there you go. I like that. Also, if anybody is available to, could you tell me how many Twitch panels are below the stream? How many you have right here? Because I have 5. And I don't know. I don't know if, like, that's just how it's gonna be. Not, you know? I can't tell the boundary between panels at a glance here, unfortunately. Oh, no, I just need... Oh. That's fair. No, that's fair. That is fair. Actually, I kind of want it to be 3. Thank you. Boop, boop. And then... Here, but oops. There we go. And then I think I want to do like... Because I like this a lot. But... I I don't know how I would set it up with the information. Me and offer, I can't refuse. I like people taller than me, but that's the problem, specifically women taller than me than someone who would be interested in very unlikely. I think you just gotta be open to more types of people, probably. There's, like, I think having a niche, but then also wanting someone that's, like, also somewhat niche, I guess. People scary. People are scary, so that's fail. That's fail. Too much of perfume. Ooh. Wayne has an idea. Okay. My brain is awakening. Okay. Pretty please come on over and ruin my life. Also, do you guys prefer the crayon font, or do you think this font would be better? I'd have to make it a little bit smaller though. Like that. I think that's more legible. Might be more legible. It's like between these two. I think this one matches more as well, so maybe we will keep it that way. Okay. Mostly in the sense that the people I know really well. I know what makes them tick. That's fair. Wait, what size is this? Both 131.31. Okay. Oh, why is this? Also, that one is bolder, the text, I mean. Yeah, I think we'll stick with, like, the bolder text is my idea, I think. How do I know if the sky's really sunny? Make this bigger. Oops, not that one. And then this one here. Oops. Multiply. And then I'd like a more interesting, yeah, this part of the pattern. How do I know if the sky's really sunny? More contrast, easier to read. Something close to Comic Sans. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure. The things changed again. Unknowing. I think it's this guy. Away. I thought you hated Comic Sans. I do, but it's fair that Comic Sans is legible, but we're not using Comic Sans. Does that make sense? I don't like Comic Sans, but that doesn't mean I won't acknowledge its usefulness, I guess. This one, this one, this one. It's off in this place. Oh, fuck. That one. This one to this one. Comic Sans is ugly. Loud and clear. Is icky, but is easy to read because it doesn't repeat so much for each letter. Yeah. Exactly. Throw me. Come close closer. I need this one to come in here. This one to go here. And I need it to be like 0.15, I think. Yeah, there you go. Then top half to be this color. I don't know why that's like that though. Okay, 0.1, 0.5. Oh, it's like that because of the other one. Hold on. Boop, boop. There you go. Okay. She wants to hold me. And then we break curve. Then put this at the bottom. Oop. I don't know why it's like this. Is what okay. I ask my friends every day. Are you talking about Comic Sans? Wait, what are we talking about? Why what is what? I just can't stop. There we go. And then this one needs to be this color. I just can't stop. No, no. Where is it? Oh, there we go. And then I can just take these guys and then center. He said, I don't know why it's like this. And I say, I don't know why. I just, that do be how it be. I don't know. It's just, that's, life is a very confusing mistress, you know? It do be how it doing. And sometimes you can't stop it from doing. It do be like that sometimes. English is my first language. Smile. You do be doing. And then I don't know if this makes sense. It's a kind of if you know kind of thing is what I'm planning, I think, with this one. I don't know if I like it as much. Ooh, I have an idea. I have an idea. Okay, and then if we make it like a red. And then I think I want to do a bevel and emboss. And then on the inner. And then we soften it. But it's how I don't want to sleep, but it's bedtime. You should get sleep. It's good for you to sleep. Sleeping is healthy and it's good for you. And maybe you'll have really super good dreams. Maybe you'll have super amazing dreams. And then you'll be like, fuck yeah, sleep. Yeah, but tomorrow is scary. Why is tomorrow scary? Why is tomorrow scary, friend? Ew, I don't like that. Notification bubble. Images. It's usually on like the outside of it. Also, I didn't realize it's flat. It doesn't have a thing to it. Oh, I did one twice. There we go. I was gonna say, because what if I go to work and get fired for being alive? Pookie, they need you on that job. You understand that, right? Like, most of the time, jobs need you because it's like, if they don't, they're gonna have to train and hire someone else, you know? Which is a whole ass thing. And also, if you want to see it inversely, why would they, and I don't mean this to sound weird, but like, why would they care about your existence? Like, actually, like, inversely, they would care about you to exist because they need you to show up to work, you know? They wouldn't want you not to show up to work. Especially if you're still on payroll. Fix my mind. Actually, if I do that, it's gonna look like... They don't need me. They could have a robot do it. A robot I know how to build. Well, yeah, but do they know how to build that robot? Because if they don't know how to build that robot, then that probably won't work that way, you know? I really like this chibi. Is there a way I can incorporate this chibi into the style of how these are? We'll do another square. Actually. We try small square. Okay. Let's put this in work in progress. Of those fools. Step. How tall is one of these? 150. Oops. Should be one. Oh, I know that I can't live without you. This one will keep turning. What? I think I might have made a little oopsies. Okay, let me just grab this guy, paste him, bring him over, bring him down. I know things not everyone knows exactly. See, you're getting it. You're getting it. Actually, I'll keep the text. I won't keep that stuff. These guys and these guys. Hi, Moira. My word. That's fine. I'll grab it in a second then. Yes, do you want cuddles? Alright, come sit in my lap then if you'd like cuddles, Moira. I was I was gonna explain how phones and radios work to my boss, and I was like, I don't know how I paid less because, like, that's just the basics. Well, yeah. A lot of times, in a weird way, bosses don't actually know what you know. They know less. They just know, well, they know things that you don't know in terms of, like, probably how to run a business, maybe? I mean, it depends. You could know. But, Kelvin is also demanding titles. Hello, Kelvin. Oh, why that arm? Okay, well. I want to know? Well, then you can show them that you want to know, and then when you show them that you want to know, then they'll be like, "Oh shit, this guy's serious." And then they'll maybe take you under your wing, and there's an opportunity for promotion, you know? Kind of want them all to be the same. So this goes here. This goes here, and this goes into a multiply. I kind of want to make it a little bit shorter, though, if I'm honest. Like that short, if possible. And then I keep A star and then remove these guys. So serious. If they don't think I'm serious, I'll go get. Oh, okay, fair. Yeah, maybe it's not necessary for you to get the burns, but you know, if you wanna do the other stuff to get yourself that promotion, you know, get them. I think I deleted it. My previous boss, Dad, didn't know how to run a business. 3 managers left at the same time. A majority of the workers fell on my lap because he didn't want to pay for more managers. I didn't get... Oh, you didn't get paid? Pookie, you gotta get paid. You gotta get paid. That's livelihood. That's unfortunate. And sometimes, you know, I guess you can see it in that inverse way, is sometimes your bosses don't know shit. Your bosses don't know nothing. And so, you know, you're there for a reason, you know, because without you, everything will fall apart. I was really hoping I could just copy and paste this. I could if I do it this way. Wait, what if I made it look like a little notebook instead, actually? I think that might be cuter. So to do that, I need to remove this, this. I don't really need this. So what I could do instead is take those guys and join them together. Huh? There we go. Something I learned is people are just people, and a lot happens because people are just trying to make the best of it, and sometimes that goes wrong. Yeah, that's very true. That is very true. A very good outlook on a lot of things. You don't know what someone else is going through. I met you. Was me no harm. In my pocket. Plus both warm. Inverted. Amongst the wilds. Just make that green, like a foresty green. And like desaturated. Make this go like that. And then oh wait, no, I can do it like that. No. That looks like book. I can't type because I don't have two hands. App icon. Yeah, like this. Like this. It's gonna be wider though. This was really hard to do with my cat on my arm, but that's okay. The way that you move, these are the bars, still moving in your arms. Alright, break curve. Keep the top half. Bloop. See how it shines. Then like that. This one could be a color. Let's go in this. And then we can close the curve. There's a lot of bureaucracy for my work, so layers on layers to make sure I'm doing those things right, which isn't bad, but they like don't help me with what I do. Just yell at me. Yep. That's a good sign that they don't know what they're doing. I'm gonna be honest with you. But you know, give them the benefit of the doubt, I guess. If you want. I need this guy to be in here. Oh wait, no, I do need this to be green then. Oop. This way. Is there a way you can have... I just feel like it kind of looks a little funny. Maybe we can make like a taller book. Okay. Maybe let's bring it in. Let's see, that's maybe 6. Wait, what is the size of this? 6? What about... Oops. 5? Okay, let's do 5. Oh no, 6 is fine. It's not even taking me it's not even me taking long breaks, but it's some butt cheek named Jorge. That's actual name, but if you're Jorge, no offense. That's fair. Good on you for not doxing their name. But yeah, that's how it is sometimes. Maybe they can't get mad at the person that they want to be mad at, so they just get mad at you instead, you know? It's very possible. Oh, it's break curve. And then, would you guys be interested in watching? Not today, obviously, but would you guys be interested in watching me play Marvel Rivals? I'm just curious. Wait, there's more than one Jorge? Dun dun dun. The truth has been revealed. Play what? Marvel Rivals. Just know a lot of people that play it, and so I'm kind of like, maybe I will play it. Oops. I don't mind watching. Cool. Cool. Because, like, I feel like there's some things, like, that a streamer does that it's kind of like, eh. I could have not watched that. Like, I love Uber Hacks or Nova, but I don't always watch everything he does. I haven't watched him in a while, though, to be fair. Well, it was because he used AI for a little bit, and I was, like, sad. Like, instead of, like, kind of, like, making his own bits, his bit was to ask an AI, and I was like, but why? So I know the height of this. Oh, I'm full with the slice. Wait, what? Huh? Where did it go? Oh, it's because it's in a thing. Okay. I was gonna be like, why did it disappear? It shouldn't have disappeared. There we go. And so could be pulled out of me. I do want a little star here. I'm gonna go eat now. It's been on 57 minutes from bedtime. Take care, Lynn. Good night. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a wonderful eep. Into the night. Falls by in place. I look on her face. She's being goober. Cannot move arm. Want do art. No art, only cuddle. How do thing? How do thing? Huh? It would be easier if I did that, to be honest. Okay, I will do that then. Just gonna make this come a little bit more in. And then we're gonna move the inside, and then we're gonna take this and we're gonna turn that off. And then we're gonna duplicate this guy as well, turn that off. And then what we're gonna do is, I think we need to remove this shape from this shape, I think. Subtract. And then we take this guy. And a soul, it was easy to see how devil himself out of me. Okay, wait. It was a little unnecessary, I think. I think I could remove these guys. Yes. Yes, it's oh, sorry. I'm free. There you go. It's dawn into the night. I'm free. My cat has freed me. It's dawn into the night. There we go. There we go. And then I think we merge these shapes. So tight. Oh. Delete this guy. Okay. And now this will go underneath, I think. We'll get down again to the woods and the shop stay. Thank you for the happy pixels. Made a small oopsie, I think. The sand in my hands is cracking. I just need this in here. So that way I can do this. Yeah. I don't know if this needs to go up more though. Yeah, I think that's right. And then this goes underneath like this. Underneath. And then this goes in here. And then we have like this, the book side of it. This can come in. Fuck it, let's just make it a whole book page size. At least I've gotta try. My eyes are bursting. If I loved it, would that be the worst thing? Yeah, I thought was my savior, sure would make me too. Okay, now I think I have to duplicate this. I remove these guys. Move these guys. I put this on the outside. Put it in here. Then I make it a multiply layer. That's a color blur layer. Multiply layer. And then we make it bigger. Attend him so that he never lifts a finger 24/7, baby machine. Oh, this doesn't need color. And then break curve. That's fine. Oh, there you go. There we go. My eyes are blurring everything to get it, but I think we got it. No. Wait, did it go up the whole thing? No, it didn't. Okay. What it feels. There you go. Now we have a book. I don't think I'm gonna make it as realistic, I think. Also, the light in my face, my fucking... Oh, no. There you go. So I'll make my key light darker, because I was going blind. Not that building. Only it's like the shadow. So that's pretty good. Is there anything else? I think this is pretty good, all things considered. I think the only thing I wish I could change is this inner. Is these lines here, which I don't know if I can change those to be something else. I could if I did this. Hold on. Remove outline. Remove these guys and then break curve. Or I guess divide. And then make sure they don't have any inside color. And then this guy can be the dark, oops, a dark color that we use. And then this one can be that color. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Where does the book page start? It goes in there, so it's like half. Like there. And then here, and then break curve. Oops. Oops. Join curves. Oops. Join curves. And this one can be the dark one. Come on, darling. Wait, it's not below both? I'll just bring it in a little bit then. Doop. Except not you. That doesn't make sense. A little bit. Just a little bit. I think it'd all have to be the same color. I think it would be better. Well, what if it broke here because it was a sign? It was a sign that this color should have been the dark one. And that this one should go on top. I think that might have been right. Okay. There we go. Yeah, is this too big? Did I make this too big? Made it a little bit big. Fuck. I really like this chibi though. You know what? I know. I'll put it on. My schedule. Hi, Artisan! Welcome in. Oh my god, Andrea! Happy. Hi, hi. Oh, where was it? I'm now pissed off for the rest of the night. Why? Yeah, exactly like Sasha's. Why? For why? For why, my friend? How are you? I'm pretty good. How are you? No, that's not a bad chibi that I do, you know? High key. Actually. Still EP. That's fair. We're pretty good. I'm glad. Did you see my message that I sent you earlier? There we go. Now I can see. Need you to help me, baby. I just saw it. Okay, good. Because I was asleep. Okay. I just wanted to make sure you saw it because, you know, I love you. Actually, I have a better idea. My Discord got suspended for the next month because someone and their friends accidentally reported my account on Discord, so had to jump through the hoops to get that resolved. So now I gotta be on a temporary account, and I ain't got nothing against the people that did it. I'm just really frustrated. Oh, that's fair. Oh my god, that sounds so frustrating. I'm sorry you have to go through that. Hopefully it can get resolved somewhat quickly and hopefully smoother than you hope it to go through. And that way you can get back to doing whatever you plan to do. I'm really sorry that happened to you. So I had to rejoin all the servers. I meant, oof, I'm sorry. Yeah, that sounds like the bigger peepus. Being one smaller. I want to put you in here. Outer shadow. There we go. But it doesn't look like it's a sticker, so it needs an outline. Yeah, basically in the clear, just gotta wait the month now, which is only a problem because I use my Discord very often. That's fair, but as long as like I guess people know that like you had to jump ship a little bit, you know, should go over somewhat smoothly, you know. I would hope at the very least. Oh, that blends in. That's why I did that one. Okay. I want to put the white. Can I put the white on this one? I could. I'll make this one a little bit bigger. Oh, Star, I made another font. I don't know if you saw, but I made another font. And I like this one a lot. I'm using it in everything right now. Okay, so once I fucking... I think it's okay if they're this big. Do you have this Havoc Store? Gotta rejoin that so I ain't missing streams, you feel me? Yeah, I got you. Invite the server. What the fuck? What do you mean? Havoc server says I have to have permissions. Does he have it on his thing? He might have it on his Twitch. He's also streaming right now. Oh, no, it's right here. There, no, there you go. I got you. I got you. Well, I mean, either way. Maybe you already left and are asking, but yeah. Go. How big did these need to be? I think them being a little bit bigger is okay, though. Ugh. My bones. Then I do want this. I just want it to be like this. And then make it. I'd like this to be a different color, actually. Boop. Boop. There you go. That's separate, okay. Well, there is a good bit of information. Actually, okay. Where's the rules about me? This one? Of course. I'm sorry that that happened to you. Oh god, this is gonna be annoying. It's okay. There you go. It's fine. I'll probably get over it. Still, like, honestly, I remember when something kind of similar like that happened to me, but it was like someone's account got hacked. And like they were like, I reported your stuff, and then I was like, what? And then they were like, yeah, I'm so sorry. But it was actually like a scam thing. And it scared the shit out of me. So you're like totally in the valid. Like, don't feel bad about anything. You deserve to be upset about it. I'm just gonna flip. Give. Flip. I want to see where they all land. That's pretty good. There you go. I think that's not the worst. And then this is. And then I'm supposed to say every other Saturday. Every other Saturday. Is there a shorthand for every other? Shorthand for every other. every other. What? I guess acronym, actually. Acronym. QOD. Every other day or every other Saturday? Include all the weekend alternating weekends. I guess I do every Saturday. Or I guess Saturdays and then alternating and then Fridays. Hello. I think that's a bit high up. And then crystal gradient. This would work. This fractal. I know that pattern. It's called fractal. If you want to know what that pattern is called, it's called fractal. Longer give a fuck. Boop, thank you for the boop. That burger be looking good. I hope you enjoy your burger. I want to find a good transition. I like hard light a lot. But I don't know if I like the gradient itself. Fractal gradient. There we go. Oh, jeez. That's kind of cool. Not exactly what I was looking for, but it works. Let's see. Museums like. Wow, no, these are really working on that great. This is cool though. What if I did a filter on it? I'm like blurring it. Jesus Christ. I think something fell off my door and it scared the bejesus out of me. You know what? Another deep cover. I know what this means. I've been playing this module. I just want a part of the pattern because I think it would be cool. It Even though Walk Amongst the Wilds to me is more of a green. Hmm. 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 Cheerful Discord, is that a no? I do not have Cheerful Discord. I did not know Cheerful had a Discord. I'll be honest, I didn't know Cheerful had a Discord. So negativo, boss. Is this? I think that's pattern maybe? Nope. Okay. I don't want to spoil myself too much. That's on Havoc. Do it. I don't. Actually, you know what? Crystal. There we go. I want something like this. Transfer, current page, boop, download. Oh, my neck. Who's for you that I'm not? Boop, boop, boop. Okay. I am happy. I don't know why I didn't do this in the first place, but that's okay. I did. I don't want to make it red. I do colorize. Let's do color. That makes it a red green. Interesting. I don't know which one's the... Okay, that one makes it a color. It doesn't make it the color that I want. Together every night. Actually, I should have kept that. I'm kind of dumb. Thank you for the song. Oh, what? To Q. Oh, is there a song that you wanted from it? Oh, I see. Okay. I got you, Pookie. Okay, I fixed it. Okay, now can we do color? We can. I want it to be red. I have to make it like a deep red. Yeah, definitely not Drake with respect. That's fair. I'm not really a Drake person. The only Drake song I think I somewhat liked was the cell phone song, but that's just because there was like 20,000 memes about it. I think I did this wrong again. That's not how I want it to look. You like pucifier? I don't know why, but I'm gonna be honest, that word makes me think of pus and pacifier. Very hot girl type shit? Fair. Ooh, I like this. I'm lazy, I don't want to download it, but I'm just gonna put it in here to see how I feel about it. Actually, I think if I did it, it'd have to be like this. Wait, would that look better than for this then? If I did this here? Yeah, but I think it's too much. That's the problem. I'd be like, that was a super tasty burger. I'm glad. I'm glad that it was. I like that one. This one's cool. This is my girlfriend's slay list. Fair? Fair? I just don't know if I want to make this into this one. Okay. Damn, I can see why this would be on a slay list. I don't know how I want to do this one. I think for now I'll just pause here for today because we have a full day tomorrow to hang out. I'll let the song play, obviously, but I will pause here for today because like I don't know how I like the books, but I don't know how I want to do the books, if that makes sense. That's fair. It is late. I'm just gonna make this really quick. This little edge piece. Make it a multiply and make it lighter. Okay, there we go. I will probably change how I do that, but we will keep that there like that for now. We're gonna go. Oh, it's me. Who are we gonna go raid? What the fuck? Cuppy Cake's fucking thing is rest in peace. My granny, she got hit by a bazooka. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's kind of funny. Is anyone else streaming that I want to raid? I think I might raid Cuppy Cake. Alrighty. So I hope you guys have fun with them. It's a new meme audio. Can you send it to me? I want to know what it's about. But I love you guys very much, and thank you for hanging out with me. I had a lot of fun today, and I hope we have a lot of fun tomorrow. If you need a raid message, I don't know why my brain paused, but if there's the raid message, if you use it, I'd be ever grateful, but you don't have to if you don't want to, but then they know where you came from. But I love you guys a lot, and have a wonderful, wonderful night. Mwah! I love you, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Goodbye, bye.